1. Listen carefully. A mysterious door stands before you. This is no ordinary passage, no common threshold, no simple coincidence. This door is rare. It opens only once in a lifetime, and right now it has been revealed to you. Heaven has shifted things in your path so that you would arrive here at this very moment. To hear this voice calling you, you are not scrolling by accident. You are not hearing these words by chance. This is a divine appointment. You feel the air grows still. Your heart beats differently, as if heaven itself is pressing pause on everything around you. Why? Because the eternal realm wants your full attention. You are being set apart for something greater. Not everyone will see this door. Not everyone will sense the sacred pull in their spirit. But you, God's chosen one, you do. You can feel the tug of eternity pulling at the depths of your soul. This door represents opportunity, destiny, and divine timing. It is not made of wood or stone, but of moments that carry eternal weight. This door is invisible to the eyes of the crowd, but it shines clearly to the eyes of the chosen. Your enemies cannot block it. Your past cannot erase it, and your mistakes cannot cancel it. But here is the truth you must know. The door does not remain open forever. Chosen one. Think back to the nights you wrestled with your tears, the times you felt abandoned, misunderstood, rejected, or ignored. All of it has led you to this exact moment. Nothing was wasted. Every storm was sharpening your vision. Every heartbreak was preparing your spirit. Every unanswered question was pushing you closer to the doorway of divine appointment. You were being shaped, pressed, and refined so you could recognize this opening when it finally appeared. Do not let fear deceive you into thinking this is just another day. Heaven does not waste words. If you are hearing this, it is because the Eternal Father is calling you to recognize that something extraordinary is being revealed. This is not coincidence. This is not random. This is divine intervention. Chosen one, I must speak with urgency. You cannot afford to treat this lightly. Too many live as if tomorrow is guaranteed, as if second chances will always wait for them. But you are being warned. This door opens once in a lifetime. It is your calling, your destiny, your appointed hour. To step through is to enter everything you were born for. To ignore it is to risk missing what your soul has long cried out for. Do you feel the trembling within? That is not fear. That is heaven awakening your spirit. That is God reminding you that you were never meant to blend in with the crowd. You are different, marked, and chosen. This door is proof. Chosen one. Think of how many times you nearly gave up, yet something deep inside refused to let go. That inner whisper, that unseen strength, was heaven guarding your path until this very moment. You were not preserved for nothing. You were preserved for purpose. This door is the reason you survived battles that should have destroyed you. It is proof that your life has always carried meaning far greater than you could imagine. Chosen one. The enemy tried countless times to convince you that you were ordinary. He tried to drown your voice, bury your vision, and silence your spirit. Yet, here you are, alive, listening, with your eyes open to what others cannot see. That is no accident. It is divine confirmation that you were created to stand out, to carry light into darkness, and to lead others into hope through the very doorway now revealed to you. Chosen one. The trembling you feel is heaven's signature upon your heart. You are sensing eternity touch time, the invisible breaking into the visible. This is not a season for hesitation, it is a season for boldness. When you step through this door, you step into alignment with everything heaven has prepared. Do not let fear paralyze you now. You have carried too much, endured too long, and prayed too earnestly to turn back. The door is open. Walk through. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, it is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 31. Hope in the Lord. Renew your strength. Soar like eagles. Run, not weary. Walk, not faint. Chosen one. This is your verse for today. This is the word that unlocks your courage. You have walked weary. You have carried heavy burdens. But now strength is being renewed. You are not called to crawl. You are called to soar. You are not called to faint. You are called to endure. The very presence of this door is the fulfillment of Isaiah's prophecy in your life. So pause right now. Do not brush past this moment. The door is revealed to you. Can you feel it? Can you sense heaven's weight on your spirit? The future generations, your family, your legacy, even strangers, you will bless. They all wait for your obedience to this one call. I must ask you to act, not just listen. If you are ready to acknowledge that this door is real, that you are chosen to walk through it, then respond right now, like this message. Share it, so others who are called may not miss their moment. And subscribe, so you remain connected to every word heaven releases in this season. And at this exact moment, as a prophetic act, type the number 777 inches the comments. This is not a game. It is not superstition. It is a declaration. I align myself with heaven's timing. I choose the door. I claim my destiny. Heaven sees your faith. Your comment becomes a marker in the spiritual realm. Below is chosen one. The door has been revealed. It is now before you. What you do next will echo in eternity. Do not hesitate. Do not delay. Step toward it with faith. And let heaven bear witness that you are ready. Chosen one. The air around you feels different now. The moment the door appeared, something inside of you began to shift. This is not the same atmosphere you have known all your life. It is charged with destiny. You sense that your steps are being ordered in ways unseen. And though others may walk beside you, this particular road is not for them. It is for you, and only you. You are set apart. Do not misunderstand this truth. Being chosen is not about pride or superiority. It is about responsibility, calling, and divine separation. You have been marked since before you were born. There has always been something different about you, something that made you stand out without trying. People may have mocked it, misunderstood it, or even feared it. But what they failed to see was that this difference was your divine seal. Think back. Chosen one. Recall the times when you tried to blend in with the crowd. Yet no matter what you did, you never truly fit. There was always a restlessness inside you, an invisible pull that would not allow you to remain comfortable in ordinary places. You could taste joy, but it never lasted in shallow things. You could try to lose yourself in the noise of life. But sooner or later, silence would call you back. Why? Because heaven was whispering, reminding you that you were designed for more. Set-apart ones often live misunderstood. Others look at you and cannot explain why they either love you intensely or reject you harshly. You may have wondered if something was wrong with you. You may have carried loneliness, believing you were unworthy of belonging. But the truth is the opposite. You are too precious to belong everywhere. You are not misplaced. You are reserved. You are not forgotten. You are hidden. And in this hiding, God was protecting your destiny until the right moment arrived. The prophet Jeremiah carried this same sense of divine separation. He was called before he even drew breath, set apart for a mission greater than himself. Chosen one. Do you see the pattern? Your life, too, has been orchestrated with divine precision. Nothing in your past has been wasted, not the tears, not the failures, not even the moments of wandering. Each has been shaping your spirit, chiseling your soul into the form that can now recognize and respond to this sacred opening. There is a weight to being set apart. At times, you may have envied those who lived carefree, those who seemed untouched by conviction, those who walked through life with no sense of accountability. But you could never escape conviction, even when you tried to silence it. Your conscience would not let you rest. That was not weakness, that was divine proof. Chosen vessels cannot live like everyone else. You are held to a higher standard because you are called to a higher purpose. And here lies the mystery of the door. Only those who are set apart can see it. To the unchosen, it appears as nothing more than ordinary life. To the distracted, it looks like another passing moment. But to you, it is radiant with significance. Your eyes have been trained to see what others overlook. Your ears have been sharpened to hear whispers others ignore. That is why heaven trusts you with this encounter. Chosen one. Consider what it means to carry such weight. Being set apart means you cannot simply move with the tides of culture or the whims of others. You cannot afford to waste time in meaningless pursuits. Your spirit will not allow it. Every time you try, something deep inside resists, pulling you back into alignment. This is not punishment, it is protection. God's hand refuses to let you drift too far from your purpose. Loneliness has been one of your greatest teachers. While others celebrated together, you often found yourself on the outside. While others seemed satisfied with shallow conversations, your soul longed for deeper meaning. Do you realize now that this was never rejection, but redirection? Heaven was preserving your heart so that you would not be contaminated by environments unworthy of your calling. You were never excluded, you were reserved. You were never abandoned, you were set apart. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 4, verse 3. The Lord sets apart his faithful servant. The Lord hears when I call. Chosen one. Let these words sink into you. The Lord himself has set you apart. You belong to him. This is why your prayers have not fallen into silence. Why your cries in the night have always reached his ears. He hears you because you are his. He set you apart not to punish you, but to claim you as his own vessel. This realization transforms everything. Suddenly, the loneliness becomes sacred. The rejection becomes redirection. The pain becomes preparation. You are not just wandering aimlessly, you are walking a divine path carved out only for you. The very fact that you feel the weight of being chosen is evidence that God's eyes are upon you in a special way. Chosen one. Do not despise your uniqueness. Do not resent the times you stood out when all you wanted was to blend in. That distinction is your crown. It is the mark of heaven upon your life. You were never designed to follow the crowd. You were created to lead others out of darkness. To lead, you must first stand apart. To stand apart, you must first learn the value of solitude. That is why your journey has looked so different from those around you. There is a reason heaven reveals the door only to the set apart. Ordinary hearts cannot carry extraordinary assignments. Shallow souls cannot withstand eternal weight. But you have carried burdens that made you stronger. You have endured loneliness that deepened your faith. You have walked valleys that sharpened your vision. That is why the door is visible to you now. You have been prepared, tested, refined, and marked. You may still feel unworthy. You may still doubt whether you are truly capable of stepping into destiny. But hear this truth. Being set apart was never about your worthiness. It was about His choice. You were chosen not because of perfection, but because of purpose. God saw something in you, even when you could not see it in yourself. That is why you are here. Why the door stands before you. Why heaven poses for your decision. Chosen one. Never forget this. You are set apart for a reason. This reason will unfold more as you move forward. But even now, let it be your anchor. You are not lost. You are not random. You are not forgotten. You are chosen. You are set apart. Chosen one. The weight of your trials has not been small. Every scar you carry tells a story of survival. Every sleepless night. Every tear cried in silence. Every betrayal. And every loss, it was all shaping you. You may have thought it was breaking you, but in truth, it was forging you into a vessel that could withstand the fire of destiny. Others may not know the battles you've fought, but heaven has recorded every one of them. The reason your journey has been so heavy is because your calling is so high. Small purposes require small preparation, but great purpose require deep refining. That is why your road has been harder. Why you have endured what others could not. Heaven was training you, teaching you to carry weight that ordinary souls would crumble under. This is the secret behind your pain. It was never pointless. It was preparation. Chosen one. Look at your scars differently now. What once made you feel ashamed or unworthy is actually proof of survival. You did not break in the fire, you were purified by it. You did not drown in the flood, you learned how to breathe underwater. You did not collapse under the weight. You grew stronger than you ever imagined. What you thought would end you has only marked you as unshakable. Think of the story of Joseph, betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and imprisoned. To the outside eye, it looked like tragedy. Yet every wound was carving a pathway toward the throne he was destined to sit upon. You, too, have walked through betrayals and false accusations. You, too, have been thrown into pits and prisons of life. But like Joseph, your wounds are not your ending, they are your shaping. You wonder why certain people left you, why friends abandoned you, why relationships crumbled. Chosen one. Do not grieve forever over what walked away. Some were not equipped to handle the weight of your calling. If they had stayed, they would have become chains around your destiny. Their leaving was not rejection, it was protection. Heaven removed them because the future that awaits you is too heavy for them to carry with you. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah in chapter 29, verse 11, and declared, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Chosen one. This verse is not a distant promise. It is your present reality. The pain you endured was not to destroy you, but to position you for these plans. Every setback was a setup. Every delay was divine timing. Every disappointment was realignment. What looked like harm was actually the hand of God, shaping hope and future within you. Now pause and reflect. What would you be if life had been easy? Would you have developed this depth of compassion? Would you carry this strength of spirit? Would you know how to discern truth from lies? Or recognize genuine love from counterfeit affection? The hardships taught you wisdom. The betrayals gave you discernment. The pain made you resilient. Without the weight of trials, you would not be who you are today. Chosen one. Never forget. Your scars are not shame. They are your credentials. They testify that you have endured storms and survived fires. They prove that your faith has been tested and found unshakable. And this is why heaven trusts you with greater doors. The enemy often whispers lies in your ear, saying, if you were truly chosen, why did you suffer so much? Why did God allow this? But the truth silences those lies. Suffering has been your preparation for authority. The crown cannot rest on an untested head. Authority cannot be given to one who has not endured weight. And you have endured. That is why you are being entrusted with this mysterious door. Now, chosen one, I invite you to respond, not with a long explanation, not with heavy words, but with a simple declaration. Write in the comments, I hear you. This may seem small, but it is powerful. By typing these 3 words, you declare that you recognize heaven's voice speaking through this moment. You are affirming that your trials did not destroy you, that you see the divine hand in your pain, and that you are ready to step into purpose. When you write it, you are saying to God, I have heard. I understand. I am willing. Heaven takes note of this, because here is the truth. Trials either make hearts bitter or they make them better. And by choosing to declare, I hear you, you are refusing bitterness and choosing refinement. You are testifying that you are not blinded by your scars, but enlightened by them. Your declaration becomes like incense rising before God, a sign that you have passed the test and are ready for the next step. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the power of obedience in small things. Many want the grand stage, the open miracle, the shining crown. Yet they stumbled in simple obedience. But you are proving, even now, that your spirit is aligned. This is why the mysterious door opens to you and not to others. You have been faithful in pain, faithful in silence, faithful in unseen places, and now heaven entrusts you with visibility. Remember how Jesus, after the resurrection, showed his scars to Thomas. He did not hide them. He revealed them as proof of victory. Your scars, too, will become proof. Others will look at your life and see evidence that God's power can turn suffering into strength, betrayal into blessing, and rejection into redirection. You will become living testimony that pain does not disqualify the chosen, it equips them. And now, chosen one, take courage. The trials you endured were never in vain. They have shaped you into a vessel fit to step through the door. Lift your head, straighten your back. Your scars are no longer wounds, they are crowns. You are ready. Chosen one. Understand this truth. Whenever heaven prepares to release destiny, the enemy intensifies resistance. Your trials have not been random. They have been carefully timed attempts to break you before breakthrough. The darker the night has felt, the closer you have been to dawn. Every moment of pressure, every whisper of fear, every sudden storm was designed by darkness to distract you from the door that now stands before you. The enemy is not threatened by those who walk in circles, repeating patterns of compromise. He is not afraid of those who live distracted, chasing pleasures that fade. But you, your very existence, terrifies him. Your obedience disrupts his schemes. Your presence exposes his lies. This is why the battle around your life has always been more intense. From the moment you were set apart, you became a target. Think back to the sudden conflicts that erupted in your life without warning. Times when relationships fractured for no clear reason. Times when finances collapsed at the worst possible moment. Times when your own mind was flooded with doubt, fear, or despair. These were not coincidences, they were tactics. The enemy has been trying to wear you down, to make you quit before you reach the door. But here is the revelation: if the enemy fought this hard to stop you, it means you are carrying something he cannot afford for you to release. The door you are about to step through is not just about your personal blessing, it is about generational breakthrough. It is about shifting the atmosphere in your family, your community, your lineage. That is why resistance has been so fierce. Chosen one, never mistake resistance for rejection. Too often, you may have felt that God abandoned you in those moments of struggle. You may have asked, "Why me? Why is everything so hard?" But the truth is this: resistance is proof of value. Thieves do not rob empty houses. Armies do not wage war over barren land. The fact that the enemy invested so much effort against you reveals how precious your destiny truly is. When Moses was born, Pharaoh commanded the killing of infants. When Jesus was born, Herod sought to destroy every child. Why? Because the enemy always attacks when a deliverer is about to rise. You have felt the same attacked before you even understood the reason. But what the enemy fears is not your past or your present, it is your future. He sees the door before you and trembles at what will happen when you walk through it. Chosen one. Think of how many times you almost gave up. Times when you whispered in silence that you could not take another step. Times when despair felt heavier than hope. Yet even then, something deep within refused to let go. That something was not just willpower, it was the Spirit of God preserving you for this exact moment. If you had quit then, you would not be here now. The very fact that you are listening proves the resistance has failed. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 24, verse 16, "For though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again. But the wicked stumble when calamity strikes." Chosen one. This verse belongs to you. You may have fallen, stumbled, failed, or been knocked down countless times. But look at you. You rose again. Every time the enemy thought he had buried you, heaven turned the soil into a place of growth. Every time he thought he had silenced you, your voice returned stronger. You are proof of resilience. Living testimony that the chosen cannot be permanently defeated. Do not despise the resistance. It has sharpened you. If life had been effortless, you would not have the endurance you now carry. Resistance has forced you to grow roots deeper than others. It has taught you to pray with fire, to discern with clarity, to trust with faith. While others collapse at the first sign of trouble, you have become unshakable because of what you endured. Chosen one. The enemy's resistance has also exposed his fear. He fears what you will become once you step through the door. He fears the souls you will reach, the chains you will break, the legacy you will leave. That is why he has tried to distract you with temporary pleasures, to bind you with cycles of sin, to weigh you down with shame from the past. But hear me clearly, his tactics cannot cancel your calling. The blood of Christ already secured your victory. Consider this. Resistance means you are moving in the right direction. If you were not a threat, the enemy would leave you alone. The fact that you feel the pushback is evidence that you are on the narrow path that leads to life. Do not turn back because of pressure. It is the clearest sign that you are close to breakthrough. At times, resistance will disguise itself as delay. You may feel like promises are taking too long, like the door is still out of reach. But delay is not denial. Heaven is aligning every detail so that when you step through, you will not just survive, you will thrive. What seems slow is actually strategic. Every resistance becomes a stepping stone toward your appointed hour. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor your spirit. Resistance is temporary, but calling is eternal. The storms will pass. The lies will fade. The enemies will fall. But your destiny remains. You have been chosen not because of what you can do in your strength, but because of what God has already ordained for you. The door is proof that resistance has not won. Lift your eyes. Beloved, what once felt like endless warfare will soon reveal itself as the enemy's last desperate attempt to hold you back. You are stronger than you know. You are braver than you believe. You are chosen, and no resistance can change that. Remember, the enemy only fights hardest when he knows he is about to lose. And in your story, he has already lost. Chosen one. Courage is being summoned from the depths of your spirit. You stand before the mysterious door, and though your heart trembles, you know you cannot remain where you are. Fear whispers that stepping forward is too costly, that you will lose what you know, that the unknown is too dangerous. But your spirit knows the truth. You were not created to linger in the hallway. You were made to cross thresholds. Courage has never been the absence of fear. It is the decision to move despite fear. Every chosen one in history faced trembling knees and racing hearts. Moses stood before Pharaoh with nothing but a staff. Esther approached the king at the risk of her life. David faced a giant with only a sling. Fear was present, yet faith rose higher. The same is being asked of you now. Beloved, your courage is not small. It carries the weight of generations. The door before you is not just about your breakthrough. It is about the lives connected to yours. There are people who will only find freedom because you chose to walk in obedience. There are hearts waiting to be healed, chains waiting to be broken, and destinies waiting to be unlocked, all tied to your yes. This is why heaven whispers, do not shrink back. Lo, chosen one. Recall how many times you stood at crossroads in your past. Times when you were tempted to turn back, to settle for less, to accept what was easy. Yet every time, something inside pulled you forward. That inner voice, that divine nudge, was the Spirit of God reminding you that comfort is the enemy of calling. And now, as you stand before this once-in-a-lifetime door, The same Spirit calls you again. Move forward, no matter the price. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Oh, this verse is your weapon. Chosen one, fear is not your inheritance. Power is. Love is. A sound mind is. Fear is a lie the enemy uses to chain you outside the door. But heaven has already equipped you with everything you need to step through. Courage is already in you. It is simply waiting for your decision. And let this truth steady your heart. Obedience will always feel heavier before it feels lighter. When you decide to step forward, you may feel the weight of what you are leaving behind. But once you cross over, you will feel the freedom of everything that could no longer hold you. Courage is the bridge between bondage and freedom. Do not despise the trembling you feel right now. It is holy, trembling. It means you recognize the weight of the moment. It means you are not treating this call lightly. Heaven honors that. Even in your trembling, God is with you. Even in your hesitation, He strengthens you. What matters most is not that you feel fearless, but that you choose faith despite fear. Chosen one. I must pause here and speak to your heart sincerely. Messages like this are not just words, they are lifelines. And if you feel them awakening something inside you, I want you to remain connected. That's why I ask, from a place of love and not pressure. Like this message, if it speaks to you, share it with someone you sense might also be standing before their own door. And subscribe so you never miss the next word heaven releases for you. Staying connected keeps your spirit fed and reminded that you are not alone in this journey. This is not about numbers or vanity, it is about family. A family of chosen ones, each walking their own path, yet united by the same destiny to carry light into darkness. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, you are not just clicking buttons, you are participating in spreading this light. Someone else, somewhere else, is waiting for the reminder that they too are chosen, and your simple act may be the seed that awakens them. Courage is not meant to be carried in isolation. Even though your calling is personal, you are part of a greater body. That is why staying connected matters so much. When you stumble, you will be reminded that others walk with you. When you rejoice, others will celebrate alongside you. And when you finally step through your door, your testimony will ignite courage in countless others. Chosen one. Courage grows stronger when it is shared. A flame may flicker alone, but when it meets other flames, it becomes an unstoppable fire. You are not walking this journey in vain. You are adding to a blaze that will light the way for those still wandering in the dark. Now breathe deep. Feel the trembling of your heart. Feel the pull of the door. Fear says, stay back. Destiny says, move forward. Which voice will you obey? You already know. Your spirit leaps when it hears the word forward. Your soul knows that courage is your inheritance. That is why you feel a mixture of fear and excitement. It is the sign that you are at the edge of breakthrough. Let me remind you, courage is not a one-time decision. It is a daily choice. Each day you step forward. Even if it is small, you are proving to heaven and to yourself that you refuse to shrink back. Each act of obedience is another step across the bridge. Eventually, what felt impossible will become natural. Fear will fade, and faith will rise as your default. Do not compare your journey to others. Courage will look different for you than for them. For some, it is facing a giant. For others, it is speaking truth. For you, it may simply be choosing to believe that you are worthy to step through this door. Do not underestimate that choice. It shifts everything in the spirit. Chosen one. Let these words echo within you. Courage is not in the absence of trembling, but in the presence of trust. You may tremble, but you trust. You may doubt, but you step anyway. You may fear, but you move forward. This is what sets the chosen apart. And so, beloved, I leave you with this. The door awaits your courage. Heaven leans close to see your response. The trembling is real, but the strength within you is greater. You have not been given fear. You have been given power, love, and a sound mind. Use them now. Step forward. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and sense it. There is a stirring in your spirit that you cannot ignore. You have been carried through storms, preserved through nights of silence, and led to this mysterious door for a reason. The very fact that you are still standing, still breathing, still listening is proof that heaven has not forgotten you. There is a mark on your life, a seal of divine purpose that no one and nothing can erase. But now, beloved, heaven calls you to alignment. The mysterious door before you does not respond to casual hearts or distracted minds. It opens to those who recognize timing, who sense the urgency of divine alignment, who choose to act in faith rather than hesitation. This is why I must tell you plainly, it is not enough to simply hear, you must also respond. Throughout Scripture, prophetic acts were used to seal faith in the unseen. Noah built an ark before rain had ever fallen. Joshua marched around Jericho while walls still stood tall. Elijah poured water on the altar before fire fell. These acts looked foolish to the world, but they unlocked heaven's response. The same principle applies to you. Chosen one, you are invited into a prophetic act, a visible sign of invisible faith. Your act today is simple, yet powerful. I call you to type the number 444 inches, the comments. Do not see this as superstition. It is not a code of chance, but a declaration of covenant. By writing 444, you proclaim, I align with the stability of heaven. I choose to stand firm, unshakable, immovable in my calling. In Scripture, the number 4 often symbolizes foundation, the 4 winds, the 4 corners of the earth, the 4 living creatures before the throne. You are declaring that your life is being rooted in divine foundation. Chosen one, understand this. Heaven records your declarations. When you write 444, it is not just a number on a screen, it is a testimony in the unseen realm. Angels witness it. Darkness fears it. Heaven smiles at it, because your obedience in small things proves your readiness for greater things. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17, no weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord. This is your promise. Chosen one, the battles you have endured will not define your future. The weapons formed against you may have been fierce, but they will not prosper. Your vindication does not come from men, it comes from God Himself. And when you declare 444, you align yourself with this very heritage, staking your claim in the unshakable promises of heaven. Think of what has tried to shake you. Lies spoken behind your back, financial struggles that tried to bury you, illness that tried to steal your strength, loneliness that whispered that you were forgotten. Every one of those was a weapon, carefully crafted to break you. Yet here you are, alive, aware, chosen, standing at the threshold of destiny. That is not survival, it is victory. Chosen one. Let me speak into the hidden places of your heart. You have questioned why the battle has been so long, why the storms have not ceased, why the resistance has been relentless. But today you are given perspective. It was all because of the door. The enemy knows what is on the other side of it. He knows that once you step through, chains will fall, not just from you, but from many connected to you. This is why he fought so hard. This is why you must declare your alignment now. Do not underestimate your act of typing 444. It may look simple, but it is warfare. It is as if you are driving a stake into the ground, saying, "Here I stand. I will not be moved." The foundations of heaven are stronger than the storms of earth, and by aligning with them, you guarantee that no storm can uproot you. Chosen one. Reflect on this. Your journey has never been about mere survival. It has always been about legacy. Others will look to your life and see proof that God is faithful, proof that hope is stronger than despair, proof that chosen ones cannot be shaken out of their calling. By declaring 444, you are not only aligning for yourself, you are setting a marker for those who will follow after you. Think of Abraham building altars wherever he went, leaving signs for future generations. Think of Jacob raising a stone after encountering God in Bethel. Think of Samuel setting up Ebenezer, declaring, "Thus far the Lord has helped us." Your number in the comments becomes like one of these stones, a visible marker of an invisible encounter. And chosen one. Heaven does not overlook faith expressed in small ways. Jesus said that even a cup of water given in his name will not lose its reward. If something so small carries eternal weight, how much more does your prophetic act of alignment carry? When you type 444, you may not feel the shift immediately, but in the unseen realm, foundations are being secured beneath your feet. Let me remind you of something vital. Chosen ones are not called to drift with the winds of culture or sway with the tides of fear. You are called to stand firm, to be unmovable, to be rooted deeply in divine foundation. This is why the number 444 carries such weight. It is your declaration of stability. Others may fall. Others may compromise. Others may wander. But you are proclaiming, "I will not be moved." And, beloved, the door before you is not fragile. It was built by the architect of eternity, designed for you, waiting for your yes. But doors open to those who knock, and knocking often requires an act of faith. Today, your knock is your number. 444 is the sound of your fist against the door of destiny. And heaven promises, "Knock, and it shall be opened unto you." So let your spirit rise with courage. Let your fingers type the number, not as habit, but as holy act. You are aligning with stability, with foundation, with the unshakable kingdom of God. And when you do, know this: no weapon, no storm, no lie, no scheme will uproot what heaven has established in you. Chosen one. The mysterious door opens to those who declare their readiness. And today, heaven is watching. Will you align? Will you declare? Will you stand firm? Type it now. 444. Let the number echo like thunder in the unseen, testifying that you are unshakable, immovable, rooted forever in the purposes of God. Chosen one. As you linger before this mysterious door, a stillness fills the air. It is not silence born of emptiness, but silence thick with meaning, as though all of heaven has pressed pause to watch your next step. This is not imagination. It is reality. Creation itself is aware of the chosen, the stars, the winds, the unseen hosts. They all recognize when a life approaches the moment of decision. Heaven pauses for you. Beloved, that might sound impossible, but it is truth. Just as the sun stood still in the days of Joshua, so Israel could claim victory, so too does heaven shift the rhythm of time when a chosen one approaches destiny. You are not overlooked. You are not forgotten in the crowd. You are seen, known, and watched by the eyes of the eternal realm. Think carefully on this. The world moves quickly, rushing from one distraction to another. Yet heaven is not in a hurry. Heaven is deliberate. Heaven waits for alignment. Right now, everything around you may seem ordinary, but in the unseen realm, your moment is monumental. Angels lean in, watching. Demons tremble, hoping you will hesitate. The Father's heart beats with anticipation, for your yes will ripple across eternity. Chosen one, do you feel the weight of this truth? Not every life carries this kind of pause. Many live and die with little resistance or recognition because they walk paths that require no eternal weight. But you carry destiny. That is why your battles have been heavier, your nights darker, your tears more bitter. You are marked, and heaven pauses when the marked ones stand at thresholds. We see glimpses of this throughout Scripture. When Abraham lifted the knife over Isaac, all of heaven held its breath, waiting for obedience to be revealed. When Daniel entered the lion's den, creation itself leaned close to see if faith would endure. When Mary said yes to carrying the Son, eternity shifted on her single word. And now, heaven leans in again, because your yes, chosen one, carries that same weight. There is a holy pressure in moments like these. The pause of heaven is not casual, it is sacred. It reminds you that your decision matters, not just for you, but for the countless lives tied to your destiny. If you could see the tapestry of eternity, you would realize how many threads are connected to yours. A single yes can unlock freedom for generations. A single hesitation can delay the destinies yet unborn. This is why the enemy has tried to numb you with distractions. He fears what happens when you realize the weight of your life. He knows that if you awaken to the truth of heaven's pause, you will no longer treat your days as meaningless. You will walk with holy awareness, knowing that your steps resound in eternity. This awareness terrifies darkness. Chosen one, pause with heaven for a moment. Feel the stillness not as emptiness but as presence. It is the pause before breakthrough, the silence before a song, the calm before a storm of glory. Do not rush past it. Sit in it. Let it remind you that you are important enough for heaven to wait. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. Chosen one. Even creation itself is waiting for you. The earth groans for the chosen to step into their place. The skies long to see the sons and daughters of light revealed. You are not invisible to the unseen, you are awaited. Heaven pauses, not just because of what you are about to do, but because of who you are becoming. Think of it, when you step through the door. The pause will break into movement. Angels will be dispatched. Atmospheres will shift. Chains will break. Your obedience will set into motion things you cannot yet see. But before all that, heaven waits, not because it doubts, but because it honors your freedom. Heaven will not force you, it invites you. And so, the pause stretches until your decision releases the next chapter. Chosen one. Let this fill you with both humility and courage. You are not just another person wandering aimlessly on the earth. You are a chosen vessel, a carrier of light, one whose yes can alter destinies. Heaven pauses for you, not because you are flawless, but because you are faithful, not because you are powerful in yourself, but because God has placed His power within you. This pause is sacred also because it reveals how deeply you are loved. The God who created galaxies, who commands oceans, who rules over eternity, chooses to stop and watch you. Imagine that. In a world of billions, His eyes rest on you in this moment. You are not lost in the crowd. You are seen as an individual, valued beyond measure. The pause is proof of His attention. Chosen one. This pause is also a test, not a test of worth, for your worth is already secure, but a test of alignment. Will you recognize the weight of the moment, or will you rush past it as if it were nothing? The pause asks you to stop treating your life as common. It calls you to lift your eyes and see yourself as heaven sees you, chosen, set apart, crowned with purpose. Do not despise the stillness. Many are uncomfortable in silence because it confronts them with truth, but you are called to embrace it. In the silence, you will hear whispers that the noise could never reveal. In the pause, you will sense direction that distraction could never show. It is in the waiting that clarity comes, in the stillness that destiny sharpens. Chosen one. Heaven pauses for you because heaven is ready. The question is not whether heaven will move. The question is whether you will align. The moment you do, the pause will shift into power. The waiting will turn into release. The silence will break into song. But until then, heaven waits not because it must, but because it chooses to honor you. Beloved, lift your head and realize the honor placed upon you. You carry the weight of eternity in your yes. Creation waits. Heaven pauses. Angels lean close, all because you are chosen. This is not fantasy. It is the reality of one who carries divine purpose. Let it humble you. Let it embolden you. Let it remind you that your life matters beyond what you can see. And so, the pause continues, not as delay, but as invitation. Heaven is not in a hurry because heaven knows the weight of what comes next. And when you step forward, everything will change, not just for you, but for many. Chosen one. There are whispers in your spirit that others cannot hear. They come not from the noise of this world, but from the quiet currents of eternity, flowing into your heart like an unseen river. These whispers have followed you for years, sometimes faint, sometimes strong, always pulling you towards something greater. They are not imagination, They are the language of destiny from your earliest days. You have sensed it. Others may have dismissed it as daydreaming or fantasy, but you knew deep within that your life carried unusual weight, even when you could not explain it. Even when you doubted yourself, there was always a quiet conviction you were made for more. That conviction is the whisper of heaven, chosen one. Destiny rarely shouts, it whispers. Darkness shouts with fear, shouts, and distraction. But heaven speaks in gentle nudges, subtle confirmations, holy echoes that repeat until you cannot ignore them. You have heard these whispers in the moments of silence after heartbreak. You have heard them in the stillness of sleepless nights. You have heard them in the odd coincidences that felt too precise to be random. These whispers were heaven's way of preparing you for the mysterious door. Do you remember the moments when you almost surrendered to despair? Yet something deep inside whispered, "Not yet. Keep going." That whisper was not your own strength. It was the Spirit reminding you that your story was not finished. When you walked through valleys of shadows, when loneliness pressed against your chest like a weight, when you questioned your worth, the whisper came, soft, steady, undeniable. You are chosen. You are not forgotten. You are mine. I, chosen one. The whispers of destiny also come through people who never realized they were speaking prophetically. A teacher who told you there was greatness in you. A stranger who said something that pierced your heart. A friend who saw light in you when you only felt darkness. These voices may have seemed random at the time, but they were all threads woven by heaven to remind you of who you are. It is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 27, "My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me." Oh, chosen one, you have heard his voice. It was not always in thunder or lightning, but in whispers. You recognized it even when you did not fully understand. That recognition is proof that you belong to him, that you are marked as one who follows, not the noise of the world, but the whisper of the shepherd. Do not underestimate the power of whispers. Empires are shaken by loud declarations, but destinies are formed in quiet moments. Elijah stood on the mountain, expecting God in wind, earthquake, and fire. But the Lord came in a gentle whisper. Why? Because chosen ones do not live by spectacle, they live by intimacy. The whisper proves relationship. Chosen one. Your whispers of destiny are also confirmations of direction. How many times have you sensed unease when trying to walk down a wrong path? That unease was not anxiety, it was guidance. How many times did peace flood your heart, even when circumstances looked chaotic? That peace was the whisper of alignment. Heaven has been steering you quietly, turning you away from pitfalls and pointing you toward the door. These whispers are also protection. Many times, you thought it was luck that you avoided danger, but it was not luck. It was the whisper of God steering you another way. A cancelled plan that saved you. A delayed trip that kept you safe. A sudden change that protected your path. The whispers have been your shield, guiding you even when you did not know it. Chosen one. You may also have felt whispers of destiny through dreams and visions. Sometimes they were vivid and unforgettable. Other times faint and fleeting. Dreams that stirred your spirit long after you awoke. Visions that felt too real to dismiss. These were not random images, they were seeds planted in your spirit. Reminders of what lies ahead. You may not yet understand their full meaning, but the whispers within them are proof that heaven is communicating with you. Do not be discouraged if others have not understood the whispers you carry. Not everyone can hear what you hear. To some, your visions may sound unrealistic. To others, your convictions may seem strange. But that is the nature of destiny. Its whispers are tuned to the ears of the chosen. What confuses the crowd confirms you. What others dismiss as imagination becomes your compass. Chosen one. Reflect on the consistency of these whispers. They have never abandoned you. Even when you tried to drown them out with noise, they returned. Even when you tried to silence them with compromise, they grew louder. Even when you doubted they were real, life kept bringing you reminders. This persistence is proof. Heaven is patient, unwilling to let you forget who you are. The whispers of destiny are not meant to control you, but to invite you. God never forces the chosen. He calls them. He woos them with love, draws them with gentle truth, and waits for their yes. This is why the whispers are gentle. They respect your freedom. They do not demand. They invite. They do not chain. They guide. Chosen one. If you listen closely, you will hear that the whispers are not only about you, but about those connected to you. They tell you of children who will rise because of your obedience. They tell you of hearts that will be healed because of your faithfulness. They tell you of futures that will be altered because you refuse to ignore your call. The whispers remind you that your life is bigger than yourself. And so, beloved, lean into them. Do not fear them. Do not doubt them. The whispers are heaven's way of confirming what your soul has always known. You are chosen, set apart, and marked for such a time as this. Chosen one. You stand now at a crossroads of declaration. The whispers of destiny have prepared your spirit. The resistance of the enemy has sharpened your endurance, and the pause of heaven has revealed the weight of your decision. But there is something vital that must be spoken aloud. A crown has always hovered over your head, waiting for you to claim it. This crown is not of gold or jewels, but of identity, authority, and divine recognition. Many live their whole lives, never realizing they were meant to wear such a crown. They bow to fear, to shame, to the expectations of others, and never step into the royalty God prepared for them. But you, chosen one, cannot remain in that state. You feel it in your spirit. You were born to reign, not in arrogance, but in service, not in domination, but in light. This is the crown of destiny. The world has tried to strip you of it. The enemy has whispered lies that you are unworthy, too broken, too flawed to wear such glory. People have dismissed you, misunderstood you, even mocked you, all in attempts to convince you that the crown was never yours. But the truth is unshakable. The crown has always belonged to you. It was prepared before you were born. It was designed for your head and no one else's. Think of David, the shepherd boy, anointed in secret, mocked by his brothers, underestimated by his king. Yet the oil flowed upon him because heaven had already chosen him to wear the crown. His journey was long, marked with battles and betrayals, but no force could cancel the anointing on his life. Eventually, the crown found him because it had always been his. The same is true for you. Beloved, it is written in the first letter of Peter, chapter 2, verse 9, you are chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's possession, called into light. Chosen one, you are not ordinary. You are royalty in the kingdom of God. You are not merely surviving, you are reigning. Your crown is identity. Your crown is proof that you are set apart, and it is time to claim it openly, not in silence, but in declaration. This is why I call you now to respond with a short but powerful declaration. Type in the comments, I choose my crown. These 4 words are not empty. They are a spiritual act. When you write them, you are breaking the power of every lie that told you you were unworthy. You are stepping into alignment with heaven's decree. You are telling the unseen realm, I am who God says I am. I will walk in my identity. I will not shrink back. I choose the authority given to me. Chosen one, understand the power of spoken agreement. Heaven moves when your words align with God's truth. Lies lose their hold when you contradict them with your mouth. The enemy thrives in silence, but he trembles when chosen ones declare truth. By writing, I choose my crown, you are not just commenting, you are decreeing. You are speaking into the atmosphere and shifting it in your favor. Do not underestimate this act. Some may glance at it and see nothing but text. But heaven says covenant. Your crown is activated not only by belief, but by confession. Faith is made perfect when it moves from silent conviction to spoken declaration. That is why this step is crucial. Chosen one, remember how often you doubted yourself. Nights when you looked in the mirror and saw only failure. Days when you compared yourself to others and felt smaller. Hours when you replayed mistakes and wondered if God could still use you. All those moments built walls of doubt around your crown. But with this declaration, those walls collapse. You remind your soul of truth, and truth always breaks chains. Consider this, crowns are not given to those who refuse to wear them. They must be chosen, embrace it, claimed. If David had run from the oil, he could not have stepped into kingship. If Esther had hidden, she could not have delivered her people. If you refuse your crown, others will suffer because of it. But when you choose it, everything changes, not only for you, but for those who depend on your obedience. Chosen one. Crowns also come with responsibility. To wear it is to commit to walking in integrity, humility, and faithfulness. It is not a decoration, but a commission. By saying, I choose my crown, you are also saying, I accept my assignment. I will walk in light even when darkness presses. I will live as one who belongs to heaven, even while I walk the earth. Your trials have prepared you for this moment. Every betrayal has given you compassion. Every loss has deepened your strength. Every valley has taught you to lean on God. These lessons are jewels in your crown. You are not wearing a crown of ease, you are wearing a crown forged in fire. That is why it will not fall. That is why it cannot be stolen. It has been secured through struggle. Chosen one. Lift your head as you read these words. Imagine the crown resting on you. Feel its weight. It is real. Feel its authority. It is yours. And when you type, I choose my crown, see yourself rising taller, walking stronger, glowing brighter. The world may not yet recognize it, but the unseen realm already does. Your crown is a threat to darkness. That is why battles intensified as you approached this moment. But no weapon will prevail. No accusation will stick. No chain will hold you. You are crowned. You are chosen. You are called. Declare it. Believe it. Wear it. Chosen one. There is a truth you must not ignore. The greatest danger before the mysterious door is not opposition, but hesitation. Delay can be more destructive than outright refusal, because hesitation slowly steals what disobedience destroys quickly. The door you see before you is not eternal. It has been revealed for a season. And seasons do not last forever. You have already felt the tension of delay in your life. Think back to moments when you knew in your heart that you should have moved. Yet fear or doubt kept you still. What happened? Opportunities slipped by. Relationships shifted. Timing changed. God is merciful, and He weaves even your delays into His plan. But you must recognize this truth. The longer you wait, the heavier the cost. Chosen one. Hesitation robs destiny. It is like standing at the edge of the Red Sea while Pharaoh's army approaches. To wait too long is to risk being overtaken. Heaven has brought you to this exact point so that you would not turn back, so that you would not stand frozen in fear. The door is open, but only for a moment. Remember Lot's wife. Her hesitation, her backward glance, cost her everything. The Israelites who delayed entering the promised land wandered for 40 years. The rich young ruler hesitated to give up what he loved, and he walked away sorrowful, missing the chance of a lifetime. Delay is dangerous because it disguises itself as safety. It tells you, wait until you're ready. Wait until the timing feels right. But heaven says, move now. Oh, chosen one. You cannot afford to keep circling the same questions. Every time you delay, your spirit grows dull, your courage weaker, your door narrower. There is a window of divine timing, and you are in it now. Heaven is watching to see if you will act. The ancient words recorded in Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 15. It you loudly, today, if you hear, His voice calls, do not harden your hearts, as in rebellion. Notice the word today. Beloved, not tomorrow, not next year, not when fear fades. Today, the mysterious door before you is a today moment. And heaven warns, do not harden your heart through delay. Chosen one, I must speak plainly here. Hesitation is rebellion in slow motion. You may not say no with your lips, but you say no with your silence. You may not close the door yourself, but by refusing to step, you allow it to close on its own. This is why urgency fills the air now. This is not meant to terrify you, but to awaken you. You cannot treat eternity as if it will wait for your convenience. You are not here by coincidence. You did not arrive at these words by accident. Heaven orchestrated every detail of your journey so you would face this call today. And because of that, I must ask you to respond, not only in spirit, but also in action. If these words stir you, if you feel the weight of destiny pressing on your heart, then take a simple but meaningful step. Like this message, not for vanity, but to say, yes, I hear. Share it not for numbers, but to spread light to someone else who may be frozen in hesitation. And subscribe, not for routine, but to stay aligned with ongoing words that will keep your spirit awake and moving forward. When you do these simple acts, you are not just clicking, you are engaging in agreement. You are choosing not to delay. You are saying, I will not let hesitation rob me. I will remain connected, awake, and aligned. No, chosen one. Let me explain why connection matters so deeply. The enemy isolates before he attacks. If he can convince you to walk alone, he can make you stumble. But when you surround yourself with reminders of truth, with voices that call you higher, with messages that pierce your soul, you remain alert. That is why staying connected is so important. Sharing this word is not only about you, it is about those tied to your destiny. Someone else is hesitating right now, standing before their own door, unsure if they can move forward. Your act of sharing could be the push they need to step. Your obedience could be the key that unlocks their courage. In this way, you become a messenger of destiny, passing the torch of light from one chosen to another. Hesitation thrives in silence, but boldness multiplies in testimony. When you declare through your actions that you are awake and aligned, others see and are strengthened. Your courage becomes contagious. Your obedience becomes inspiration. This is why heaven urges you not only to move for yourself, but to move for others. Chosen one. Reflect on your own journey. How many times were you encouraged by a word at just the right time? How many times did someone's courage remind you not to quit? The same way you were sustained, you will now sustain others. Do not underestimate your influence. Even if you feel small, your obedience carries great weight. Delay whispers that you are too weak, too unready, too flawed to move. But let me remind you, the call to step through the door is not based on your perfection. It is based on God's choice. He does not wait until you feel flawless to call you. He calls you now and perfects you as you walk. If you wait until you feel ready, you will wait forever. If you step now, you will grow into readiness. Chosen one. Heaven pauses, watches, and waits. But it does not wait forever. Mercy is abundant, but opportunity has seasons. Do not despise the day of decision. Do not let hesitation rob you. Act, step, move. This is why I speak to you with urgency, but also with love. Take this moment seriously. Like, share, and subscribe, not as routine, but as declaration. Let your small act testify that you refuse delay. Let it echo in the unseen realms that you are aligned, awake, and ready. Beloved, the mysterious door is not just about possibility, it is about destiny. And destiny does not wait forever. Step now, for today is your moment. Chosen one. The door does not merely stand as an opening, it is also a window into your inheritance. Beyond it lies more than you have asked for, imagined, or even dared to hope. In your journey, you have glimpsed pieces of what awaits you, moments of clarity, flashes of vision, dreams that felt more real than waking life. These glimpses were not accidents. They were previews of your inheritance, promises placed before your eyes so that you would not lose heart. Your inheritance is not limited to material things. It is far greater. It is peace in storms, wisdom in confusion, authority in weakness, and joy in suffering. It is the fullness of walking in your calling, knowing that every step is aligned with divine design. It is the satisfaction of seeing the seeds you sowed in tears blossom into harvests of joy. Chosen one. Inheritance always belongs to family. Strangers cannot claim what is not theirs. That is why the enemy has fought so hard to make you feel like an orphan. He whispered lies that you are abandoned, forgotten, unwanted. He tried to sever the truth that you are a child of God. But the inheritance you glimpse now proves him wrong. Only sons and daughters are shown what belongs to them. You are not abandoned, you are adopted. You are not forgotten, you are beloved. You are not empty-handed, you are heir to a kingdom. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 4, verse 7, "So you are no longer a slave, but God's child, and since you are his child, God has made you also an heir." Chosen one. Do you see it? You are no longer bound in chains of slavery, slavery to fear, to shame, to sin, to despair. You are a child. More than that, you are an heir. That means what belongs to the Father belongs also to you. The glimpses of inheritance you have seen are not illusions. They are invitations to claim what is already yours. Your inheritance includes promises spoken long ago. Some were whispered to your spirit in moments of prayer. Others came through the words of Scripture that leapt off the page as if written just for you. Still others came through the voices of prophets, pastors, friends, or even strangers. Each word was a thread, weaving together a tapestry of destiny. These are not empty words. They are your inheritance unfolding. But inheritance is not only about promise, it is about process. A child may be born heir to great wealth. Yet if he does not mature, he cannot receive it. Likewise, you have always been chosen, but your journey through trials and refining was preparing you to carry what is yours. Immaturity could not hold it. Recklessness would waste it. But you refined, tested, sharpened, are now able to step into it. Chosen one. Your inheritance also includes authority. Authority to speak life where there is death. Authority to walk boldly where others fear. Authority to resist darkness and release light. Authority not based on title, position, or recognition, but on the identity given to you as heir. This is why your words carry weight. Your prayers shake atmospheres, and your presence disrupts plans of darkness. You are heir to authority, and the enemy knows it. Inheritance is also generational. What you claim now will not stop with you. The door you step through opens pathways for those who come after you. Your children, whether by blood or by spirit, will walk in freedoms you never had to fight for because you fought them now. Your obedience today becomes their inheritance tomorrow. The glimpses you see are not only for your encouragement, they are visions of what others will one day walk in because of you. Chosen one. Think back to the times when you questioned why your heart longed for things others did not. Why you dreamed bigger, felt deeper, believed harder. It is because you were glimpsing inheritance. Others may have been content with crumbs, but you could not settle. Your spirit knew that a table was prepared for you. These glimpses were God's way of stirring hunger so that you would not grow comfortable in wilderness. The inheritance glimpsed beyond the door is not without cost. Every crown has weight. Every promise requires perseverance. Every blessing carries responsibility. But do not fear this. You have been prepared for it. What once would have crushed, you will now strengthen you. What once felt too heavy will now fit like armor. This is the fruit of your refining. You are now able to hold what once would have slipped from your grasp. Chosen one. The glimpses of inheritance are also tests of faith. When you see them, but do not yet hold them, will you still believe? When you glimpse the promise, but still walk through valleys, will you still trust? These glimpses are like stars in the night sky. They do not end the night, but they prove the morning is coming. Faith holds on to glimpses as though they are substance. Knowing that heaven does not tease it, testifies, you are closer than you realize. The inheritance glimpsed beyond the door is not distant, it is near. Every whisper, every battle, every pause has been leading to this. The glimpses were not meant to frustrate you, but to guide you, to keep your eyes lifted, to remind you that your journey is not in vain. Chosen one. Let this truth strengthen you. Inheritance is not earned, it is received. You cannot buy it with works. You cannot bargain for it with effort. You cannot prove yourself worthy enough. It is yours because you are His. The glimpses you see are not rewards for your labor, they are confirmations of your belonging. All you must do is step through the door and take hold. So lift your eyes. Do not dismiss the glimpses as wishful thinking. Do not silence the dreams that refuse to die. They are glimpses of inheritance, evidence that the Father has prepared something greater than you imagined. And as you stand before the mysterious door, remember, the inheritance is waiting, and it is already yours. Chosen one, you have now been given glimpses of inheritance, visions of what lies beyond the mysterious door. But glimpses alone are not enough. You must claim them, anchor them, seal them in your spirit, so they cannot be stolen. That is why prophetic acts exist. They are not superstition, they are alignment. They are visible markers of invisible faith. Think of the Israelites marking their doorposts with blood on the night of deliverance. Think of Joshua raising 12 stones from the Jordan as a memorial. Think of Elijah building an altar before fire fell. In every generation, chosen ones left visible signs that declared, I am aligned with heaven. You are called to do the same today. Your prophetic act is simple, yet powerful. Type the number 555 inches. The comments. Do not see this as random, it is covenant. 5 is the number of grace. 555 magnifies grace to overflow. By writing 555, you declare, I seal my inheritance in the grace of God. I will not strive in my own strength. I walk through this door, not by works, but by grace. And chosen one. Grace has been the invisible hand guiding you all along. Grace preserved you when mistakes should have destroyed you. Grace lifted you when shame tried to bury you. Grace gave you another chance when you thought you had run out of them. And now, grace is the key that unlocks the mysterious door. The Apostle reminds us in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 9, But he said to me, My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me. Unchosen one. This verse is your anchor. You may feel weak, but weakness is not disqualification, it is invitation. Grace perfects power in the very places you feel least capable. Grace crowns what the world calls broken. Grace opens doors that strength alone could never touch. That is why typing 555 is so powerful. It is not boasting in your strength, but declaring your trust in His grace. Think back over your journey. How many times did you think, I cannot go on? Yet somehow you kept walking? That was grace. How many times did you feel unworthy, yet found yourself preserved? That was grace. How many doors closed, only for better ones to open later? That was grace. Grace has always been your companion. The number 555 is your testimony. I walk in grace. I stand by grace. I enter through grace. Chosen one. Understand this. Inheritance is not seized by striving, but received by grace. You cannot force the door open by pushing harder. You cannot earn it with perfection. The door responds to grace, and grace responds to faith. That is why you must declare it now. Heaven moves when faith is expressed. When you write 555, you are also testifying that you refuse to be chained by your past. Mistakes that once defined you lose their voice. Failures that once haunted you are silenced. Shame that once clung to you is broken. Grace speaks louder than your past. Grace announces your future, and your prophetic number seals that truth in your life. Chosen one. Grace is also multiplication. 5 loaves and 2 fish fed thousands. Grace stretches what you think is small into more than enough. Do you see it? Your life may feel like only loaves and fish, ordinary, inadequate, too little. But in the hands of grace, your little becomes abundance. 555 is your declaration that your life is multiplied by grace beyond what you can imagine. Grace also equips you to endure. Trials that should have crushed you became stepping stones. Pain that should have broken you became preparation. Grace turned every valley into training ground. That is why you can step boldly into your inheritance. You have been prepared not by your own strength, but by the grace that never left you. Chosen one. I must emphasize this. Do not dismiss small acts of obedience. They are gateways to greater revelation. Your number, your declaration, may seem simple to the eyes of flesh, but in the unseen, it shakes atmospheres. When you type 555, you join a long line of chosen ones who marked their faith with action. You are saying, grace is enough. I walk by faith, not by sight. I will not rely on myself. I rely on Him. End 1. Do not underestimate the ripple effect. Your act of faith may stir another chosen one to step through their door. Your declaration may ignite courage in someone ready to quit. Grace multiplies not only in your life, but in the lives of those around you. You become a vessel of grace for others. Proof that destiny is not earned, but gifted. Beloved, your inheritance cannot be stolen because it is sealed in grace. Doors may shut. People may walk away. Storms may rage. But grace remains. And today, grace is magnified. Heaven is waiting for your alignment. Declare it. Seal it. Claim it. Type 555 as a marker in the unseen realm that you are walking through the door clothed in grace. Chosen one. Remember, the mysterious door does not respond to perfection, it responds to grace. You are not chosen because you are flawless. You are chosen because He delights to crown the weak with His strength. Let that truth lift the weight from your shoulders. You are enough, because grace is more than enough. So pause now. Breathe. Let the whispers of grace fill your spirit. You have come this far, not by accident, but by grace. You will step through not by striving, but by grace. And you will inherit not by force, but by grace. Type it. Seal it. Declare it. Cinci sute, 50, și 5. Chosen one. The mysterious door does not stand unguarded. At thresholds of destiny, heaven always stations watchers, messengers, protectors, sentinels of the unseen. You may not see them with your natural eyes, but their presence surrounds you. They have walked beside you in shadows, shielded you in storms, and whispered strength into your spirit when you thought you could not endure. These are the angels of the threshold, appointed for this very hour. You have felt them at times without realizing it. That sudden peace when fear threatened to overwhelm you, that was their presence. The inexplicable deliverance from accidents or danger, that was their intervention. The warmth you sensed in prayer, as if invisible arms wrapped around you, that was their assurance. They are not fantasies. Chosen one. They are real, and they are near. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11, "For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways." This promise is not distant, it is yours. Heaven has issued commands over your life. Angels are charged with guarding every step you take. Especially now, as you approach the door, you are not walking alone. The unseen is filled with watchers, ensuring you reach the place of destiny. Chosen one. Consider this. If your journey were insignificant, why would such protection be necessary? The intensity of angelic assignment around your life is proof of the weight you carry. Ordinary paths require ordinary strength. Extraordinary destinies require heavenly reinforcement. That is why angels stand at your threshold. These angels are not passive observers. They are warriors, ready to strike down opposition that would dare to block you. They are messengers, carrying whispers from heaven to your spirit. They are guardians, ensuring that the door meant for you remains untouched by darkness. You may have felt abandoned at times, but the truth is, you were always accompanied. Think of the prophet Elisha and his servant, surrounded by enemy armies. The servant trembled in fear, but Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, that he may see." And suddenly the servant beheld hills full of horses and chariots of fire encircling them. Chosen one. This is your reality too. You may feel surrounded by opposition, but in truth, you are surrounded by greater armies of light. The angels at your threshold are also witnesses. They watch to see if you will step through. They cannot make the decision for you, for obedience cannot be forced, it must be chosen. But they lean close, ready to move at the moment of your yes. The instant you align, they rush to secure what lies beyond. Chosen one. Angels have already fought battles for you that you never saw. You wonder why certain accidents missed you, why certain traps failed, why certain attacks dissolved before reaching you. These were not coincidences. Angels were already at work, deflecting blows you were not even aware of. Your survival itself is evidence of angelic intervention. But hear this, angels are not sent to pamper you. They are sent to prepare you. Their presence at the threshold means the moment is serious. They remind you that what lies beyond the door is not casual, it is sacred. They stand as silent guardians, testifying that heaven's eyes are on you, that your choice matters, that your step carries eternal weight. Chosen one. Reflect on your journey with this perspective. The loneliness you felt was never truly alone. The dangers you faced were never truly unguarded. The despair that nearly swallowed you was met with angelic strength. lifting you when you had no strength of your own. You were carried when you thought you had collapsed. You were shielded when you thought you had been struck. You were guided when you thought you were wandering. And now, as you approach the mysterious door, the guardians stand more visible than ever in the unseen. They are not there to block you, but to bear witness. They are the attendants of your coronation, the witnesses of your obedience, the protectors of your inheritance. They will not force you to move, but they will celebrate when you do. Chosen one. Realize the honor of this. Not every life is accompanied by such intensity of heavenly attention. The fact that angels guard your threshold is proof that you are chosen. It is proof that your destiny carries weight beyond yourself. Heaven has invested in your journey because heaven trusts the outcome of your yes. But be warned, the presence of angels at the threshold also reveals the closeness of breakthrough. Whenever destiny draws near, both heaven and hell pay attention. Angels stand to guard, darkness rises to oppose. This is why the battle has intensified. It is why resistance has felt heavier. The door is closer than ever, and the guardians stand as assurance that you are not outnumbered. Chosen one. Let this truth calm your fears. You are not stepping into the unknown, unprotected. You are not crossing the threshold into danger unguarded. You are moving under the watch of angelic hosts, commanded by heaven itself. Their swords are drawn, their wings stretched wide, their eyes fixed on you. Every step you take is accompanied. Yet even with their presence, the decision remains yours. Angels can guard the way, but only you can walk it. They can hold back darkness, but only you can step into light. They can celebrate your victory, but only you can choose to claim it. This is the mystery of being chosen. You are free, but your freedom carries eternal consequence. Chosen one. Do not fear the weight of angelic presence. Instead, let it strengthen you. Let it remind you that your life is not random. Let it anchor you in the truth that heaven has already invested too much to let you fall now. You are surrounded, shielded, guided, and guarded. The door stands before you, and the hosts of heaven lean close, awaiting your yes. Lift your spirit in this awareness. You are not small. You are not forgotten. You are not unguarded. You are chosen, and your threshold is holy ground. The angels stand as proof that heaven itself has drawn near to witness your obedience. Step boldly, beloved, for you are not alone. Chosen one. You have walked through seasons where your weaknesses seemed unbearable. You saw your flaws as chains, your wounds as disqualifications, your failures as permanent stains. But heaven did not see what you saw. The very things you once despised in yourself were being transformed into weapons, sharpened by trial and fire. The hidden strength within you is not an accident. It is the fruit of a long and painful refining. Consider the blacksmith. He takes raw metal, rough and unshaped, and subjects it to fire. He strikes it, bends it, beats it, not to destroy it, but to forge it into something strong and useful. Chosen one. This has been your story. The fire you endured was not meant to consume you. It was meant to forge you. The blows you felt were not for your destruction. They were for your shaping. Now the weaknesses you once hid are becoming the very weapons you will wield. It was proclaimed in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 10. That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong. This is the paradox of being chosen. Your strength is not found in hiding your weakness, but in embracing it as the place where heaven's power flows. The world teaches you to mask your scars. Heaven teaches you to reveal them as proof of victory. The world mocks brokenness. Heaven crowns it with glory. Chosen one. Think of the times when your own limitations forced you to lean on God more deeply. When you lacked resources, you learned provision. When you lacked wisdom, you discovered revelation. When you lacked strength, you found grace sustaining you. These gaps became gateways for heaven's power. They were not evidence of failure, they were invitations to encounter. Your hidden strength lies in your compassion. Pain has carved depth into your soul, and now you can see what others miss. You can hear cries beneath silence, sense battles behind smiles, recognize burdens others overlook. This is not weakness, it is discernment. It is the weapon of empathy, a force that pierces through walls of pride and brings healing to broken hearts. Your hidden strength lies also in your endurance. Others may falter at the first sign of resistance, but you have endured storms that would have crushed them. What looked like weakness, the simple act of surviving day after day, was actually strength. Your endurance terrified darkness, because it proves you cannot be broken. Every time you rose again, you were sharpening a weapon of resilience. Chosen one. Your hidden strength also lies in your humility. You have tasted failure, so arrogance cannot poison you. You have walked through valleys, so you know how to lead others through them. You do not carry entitlement, you carry gratitude. This humility is a shield, protecting you from the traps of pride that have destroyed others. What the world despises as weakness, heaven honors as greatness. Do not despise your tears. Beloved, they have watered seeds of intercession. Do not despise your scars, they are maps others will follow to find healing. Do not despise your seasons of silence. They have tuned your ears to whispers others cannot hear. What you thought was the evidence of your brokenness is actually the proof of your calling. Think of Gideon, hiding in fear, convinced he was the weakest in his family. Yet heaven called him a mighty warrior. His weakness became his strength. Because heaven delights to choose the unlikely, think of Peter, who denied Christ 3 times, yet became the rock upon which the church was built. His failure became fuel for his fire. Think of Paul, once a persecutor, now the greatest apostle. His past became his platform. Chosen one. The same is true for you. Your weakness is not disqualification, it is proof of selection. Heaven chooses the weak to shame the strong, the humble to shame the proud, the broken to shame the perfect. This is why you have been marked. Others may overlook you, but heaven crowns you. Others may dismiss you, but heaven equips you. The hidden strength within you will be revealed as you step through the door. What once embarrassed you will empower you. What once silenced you will become your testimony. What once wounded you will become your weapon. And those who once pitied you will stand in awe as they see heaven's glory shining through your scars. Chosen one. Take courage. Do not wait until you feel flawless to act. If heaven waited for perfection, no one would ever be called. You are ready now, not because you are strong in yourself, but because strength has been perfected in your weakness. The enemy has tried to convince you otherwise. He has whispered that your flaws disqualify you, that your past defines you, that your scars make you unworthy. But these lies crumble under the truth. Weakness is the doorway to power. What disqualifies you in the eyes of men qualifies you in the eyes of God. Beloved, the hidden strength within you is not something you will discover later. It is already here. It was forged in the midnight hours of despair. It was birthed in the seasons where you thought you could not endure. It was revealed every time you rose when others expected you to fall. You are stronger than you know, because your strength is not your own. Lift your eyes. Chosen one, do not be ashamed of your past, your flaws, your scars. They are not stains, they are jewels. They are not curses, they are crowns. You carry hidden strength, and soon it will be seen. The mysterious door is not only an entrance into destiny, it is a stage upon which heaven will reveal what was always within you. Chosen one, you have felt the solitude of your journey. The path of the chosen is often marked with isolation, with nights when it seems no one understands, and days when you wonder if you walk alone. Yet hear me clearly, you are not alone. There is a community of chosen ones scattered across the earth, hidden in different places, walking their own paths, yet united by the same destiny. They are your unseen family, your eternal tribe, your brothers and sisters in light. This community is not built on bloodlines of earth, but on bloodline of heaven. It is not joined by preference, but by calling. It is not sustained by convenience, but by covenant. You belong to a people who carry the same fire you carry, who hear the same whispers you hear, who endure the same battles you endure. And when you realize this, loneliness begins to dissolve. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 68, verse 6. God sets lonely in families. He leads prisoners with singing, the rebellious dry land. Chosen one, do you see it? Your loneliness was never punishment. It was preparation to be set into the right family. Heaven has prepared a people for you, a community of light bearers, warriors, intercessors, prophets, healers, leaders. And as you step through the mysterious door, you will find that you are not the only one standing there. Others will join you. Others are already waiting. This truth is vital. Chosen ones are stronger together. A single flame is powerful, but many flames together ignite a fire that cannot be contained. The enemy knows this, which is why he has tried so hard to isolate you. He knows that if chosen ones unite, his schemes crumble. That is why your battles often felt personal and lonely. But now, heaven reveals, you are part of a community, and when you connect with them, your courage multiplies. Chosen one. Think of Elijah. He believed he was the last prophet left, ready to collapse in despair. Yet God reminded him there were 7,000 others who had not bowed to Baal. He was not alone, and neither are you. You may not always see them, but they exist. Heaven has marked a remnant who walk with you in spirit. This is why connection matters so deeply. You are called not only to walk your own path, but to strengthen others along theirs. And in turn, they will strengthen you. Together, you form an unshakable army, a chorus of voices declaring truth, a network of light stretching across the earth. And this is where I must pause and speak with sincerity. If this message stirs your spirit, do not let it remain hidden. Like it as a sign that you recognize you are part of this family. Share it so that other chosen ones, still wandering in silence, may find the reminder that they too belong. Subscribe so that you remain connected to the flow of messages heaven is releasing in this season, ensuring that you never walk alone again. These actions may seem simple, but they are profound. By engaging, you strengthen the bond of community. You add your flame to the fire. You remind yourself and others that the chosen are rising, that they are not isolated, that they are seen and connected. Chosen one. Let me also invite you to declare with your own words in the comments, I hear you, Lord. Right now, these 5 words are more than a response. They are a connection point. They tell heaven that you are listening. They tell others that they are not alone. And they remind your own soul that you are awake to the call. Imagine thousands of chosen ones across nations typing those words. Imagine the echo of faith resounding from different corners of the earth, all united in one declaration. This is how communities are formed, through shared obedience, through common declarations, through unity in purpose. Beloved, community does not erase your individuality. You are still unique, still called in your own way. But community strengthens what you carry. It surrounds you when you are weary, celebrates you when you rise, and anchors you when storms rage. Alone you may survive, but together you thrive. This is heaven's design. Chosen one. Lift your eyes beyond yourself. You are not just an individual stepping through a door. You are part of a procession, a movement, a rising of chosen ones across the earth. Every like, every share, every comment, every connection is another reminder that the army is gathering. You are not a solitary flame flickering in the wind. You are part of an unquenchable blaze. Do not let shame keep you silent. Do not let fear isolate you. Do not let pride convince you that you need no one. These are lies designed to weaken you. Instead, embrace the truth. You are family with others who carry the same light. And when chosen ones walk together, darkness trembles. This mysterious door is not only about personal breakthrough, it is about collective awakening. As you step through, you will not only claim your inheritance, but join your voice to a chorus, your flame to a fire, your strength to an army. And when this army rises, the earth will know that God has not abandoned his people. Chosen one, recognize this moment. Recognize the honor of belonging. Recognize the strength of unity. And as you act even in simple ways like liking, sharing, subscribing, or declaring words, you are not just supporting a message. You are building a movement. You are saying, I am part of this family. I will not walk alone. I choose to join my light to others. And heaven smiles at such unity, for it is written in Psalm 133, how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity, for there the Lord bestows his blessing, even life forevermore. This blessing is upon you as you recognize your community. So, chosen one, stand tall. You are not isolated. You are not forgotten. You are part of a rising community of chosen ones across the earth. And together, you will step through the door and change everything. Chosen one, at the very edge of breakthrough, there is always a final snare, the attempt of fear to bind your feet before you step forward. This fear is not the same as what you felt at the beginning of your journey. It is sharper, heavier, more urgent. It comes disguised as wisdom, as caution, even as reason, but beneath its mask, it is the enemy's last weapon, a desperate effort to keep you from crossing into destiny. You have already endured storms, survived battles, and resisted lies. Yet fear knows if it can immobilize you now, everything you endured will feel wasted. It whispers, what if you fail? What if the door closes on you? What if stepping through costs you too much? These whispers are meant to freeze your spirit. But beloved, hear me clearly, this fear is not truth, it is deception. The prophet Elijah spoke, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver? If the Lord is God, follow him. If Baal is God, follow him. Chosen one. The wavering Elijah addressed is the same hesitation. Fear tries to birth in you. Now, fear wants you caught between two opinions, half believing, half doubting, standing in the doorway, but never entering. But destiny demands decision. The mysterious door will not wait for endless wavering. Either you step through or you turn away. Understand this. Fear is always loudest at the threshold. When Israel stood at the border of the promised land, fear magnified the giants and minimized the promise. Then spies declared defeat. Though God had already declared victory, the people listened, and for 40 years they wandered, not because the promise failed, but because fear prevailed. Chosen one, do not repeat their mistake. The snare of fear thrives on imagination. It paints pictures of worst-case scenarios, inflates the size of obstacles, and exaggerates the cost of obedience. It takes shadows and makes them look like giants. But the truth is this: fear is hollow. It has no real power except what you give it. Once exposed, it collapses under the weight of faith. You have already faced fear before and conquered it. Remember the times you dared to move despite trembling. Remember how provision came when you thought you would be left empty. Remember how peace found you after you obeyed, even when you did not understand. Those were rehearsals for this moment. Every past victory over fear is evidence that this final snare will not hold you. Chosen one. The enemy uses fear not only to stop you, but to blind you. He knows that if you step forward, your vision will expand. Your authority will increase. Your inheritance will unfold. So he tries to cloud your sight now. He wants you looking at yourself, your flaws, your weakness, your lack, instead of looking at the God who called you. But destiny does not depend on your sufficiency. It depends on His. Consider how many destinies have been delayed because of fear. Moses hesitated at the burning bush, arguing he was not eloquent enough. Gideon hesitated in the winepress, insisting he was too weak. Jeremiah hesitated, claiming he was too young. Yet, in each case, God answered not by removing their weakness, but by promising His presence. The same is true for you. Heaven is not asking for your perfection. It is asking for your yes. The snare of fear also tries to manipulate your memory. It replays your past failures, magnifying them as reasons not to move. It tells you, remember when you tried before and failed. Remember when you stepped out and were rejected. Remember the pain. But what fear does not remind you of is the strength you gained, the lessons you learned, the resilience you built. Your past is not proof of defeat, it is proof of preparation. Chosen one. Fear also cloaks itself in logic. It whispers, "Wait until conditions are better. Wait until you feel ready. Wait until you have more resources." But destiny rarely arrives under perfect conditions. The seas only part when you step into them. The walls only fall when you march around them. The giants only fall when you face them. Waiting for ideal conditions is another way fear chains your feet. Hear this clearly. Obedience is the antidote to fear. Fear loses its grip the moment you act. It cannot withstand motion. The instant you take a step forward, even a trembling step, fear begins to dissolve. That is why heaven urges you not to overthink, but to move. Faith is not about never feeling fear. It is about refusing to let fear decide. Chosen one. This final snare is proof that you are close. Fear would not rise so violently if the door were not real. The enemy would not waste his last weapon if you were not on the edge of breakthrough. Let this encourage you. The presence of fear is not a sign of defeat. It is evidence of proximity. The door is near, closer than it has ever been. So do not waver. Lift your eyes from the shadows of fear to the light of promise. Declare to your own soul, "I will not be bound. I will not hesitate. I will not waver between two opinions. The Lord is God, and I will follow him." With these words, you snap the snare. With these steps, you prove fear has no power. Chosen one. Your trembling does not disqualify you. It makes your obedience even more glorious. When you step, despite fear, you reveal the strength of heaven in your weakness. You show that your faith is real, not built on comfort, but on conviction. And heaven delights in such faith. So stand tall, breathe deep, recognize the snare for what it is, a last, desperate attempt of darkness, and then step forward anyway. For beyond the fear, the door is waiting, and beyond the door, destiny is calling. Chosen one. As fear tries its final snare, you must return to the foundation of your journey, covenant. Before the door, before the battles, before the whispers and the trials, there was a promise, a bond sealed not by your strength, but by God's faithfulness. This covenant is the anchor of your destiny. It is not fragile, not fleeting, not dependent on how steady you feel. It is eternal, unshakable, secured by the one who cannot lie. A covenant is not like a casual agreement between people. It is deeper than a contract, stronger than a handshake, more lasting than an oath. A contract ends when one side fails. A covenant endures even in weakness. The covenant you walk in is not based on your perfection, but on his promise. You may stumble, but the covenant remains. You may doubt, but the covenant endures. You may wander, but the covenant pulls you home. The voice of God thundered in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 9. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God. He is the faithful God, keeping his covenant of love to 1,000 generations of those who love him and keep his commandments. Chosen one. Meditate on this. Covenant does not expire with time. It stretches across generations. The battles you are fighting are not only for you, they are connected to promises made long before you and blessings that will flow long after you. This is why the door matters so much. When you step through, you do not step only for yourself. You step in fulfillment of covenant, carrying the weight of past promises and unlocking blessings for those yet to come. Your trials have tried to convince you that the covenant was broken. You cried out, asking if God had forgotten. You questioned whether his promises still held when your heart was shattered, when prayers seemed unanswered, when silence stretched longer than you could bear. Yet here you are, still standing, still chosen, still called. That is proof enough. If the covenant had failed, you would not have made it to this moment. Chosen one. Covenant also explains why your battles have been so fierce. The enemy does not waste energy on those without promise. He targets those carrying generational weight, those who embody covenant. That is why you have faced storms others cannot comprehend. You carry a seal on your life that darkness recognizes and fears. Do not misunderstand. Covenant is not always comfortable. It requires surrender, obedience, and trust. Abraham's covenant demanded he leave everything familiar. Noah's covenant required him to endure ridicule while building the ark. David's covenant led him through caves before thrones. Covenant does not promise ease, but it promises fulfillment, and fulfillment always outweighs cost. Chosen one. Your covenant is also written in your scars. Every trial you endured, every tear you shed, every moment you clung to faith when nothing made sense, it all testifies that you are bound to something bigger than yourself. You could have walked away many times, yet something always pulled you back. That something was covenant. Think of your prayers whispered in the dark. They were not lost in silence. They were recorded in the covenant. Think of your acts of faith that seemed small to others. They were not wasted. They were seeds watered by covenant. Think of your resilience when you could have quit. That resilience was proof that the covenant held you even when you did not know how to hold yourself. Chosen one. Covenant means God's promises are yes and amen. What he has spoken over you cannot be revoked. Others may doubt it. You may question it, but his word stands firm. Covenant is stronger than your weakness, stronger than your failure, stronger than your fear. It is the reason the door is before you now. You are not standing here by effort alone. You are standing here by covenant. The beauty of covenant is that it transforms identity. You are no longer a wanderer. You are an heir. You are no longer bound. You are free. You are no longer forgotten. You are remembered. You are no longer ordinary. You are chosen. The covenant declares it, and heaven enforces it. Chosen one. Covenant also reveals the faithfulness of God's timing. You may think the door appeared late, but covenant proves it is right on schedule. God does not forget. He does not misplace promises. He does not lose track of time. What he spoke, he fulfills. What he began, he completes. What he promised, he delivers. The timing of this door is evidence that the covenant has been unfolding all along, even when you could not see it. Take courage in this truth. Covenant means you are not fighting alone. The same God who made the promise walks with you to fulfill it. You are not expected to carry the weight by yourself. His hand is upon you, his spirit within you, his angels around you. Covenant surrounds you with support you do not always recognize. Chosen one. The covenant of God is not fragile like human promises. People may betray, break, or abandon, but God does not. His word is fire. His promise is eternal. His covenant is unshakable. This is why you cannot be lost. Even in your lowest valley, the covenant held you. Even in your deepest confusion, the covenant guided you. Even when you doubted yourself, the covenant declared, "Still chosen." So let this truth sink deeply. You are bound to destiny by covenant, not by accident, not by coincidence, not by human strength, but by eternal promise. And the door you see now is not merely opportunity, it is covenant fulfillment. It is the unfolding of a word spoken long ago, now manifesting in your life. Step with confidence, beloved, not because you feel flawless, but because covenant makes you secure. The covenant has carried you this far, and it will carry you beyond. Chosen one, you have been reminded of covenant, of the promise that cannot be broken, of the faithfulness that holds you when your grip grows weak. But now heaven calls you to align once more, not only in belief, but in declaration. Prophetic alignment is more than thought, more than silent agreement. It is action that testifies to the unseen world. I stand in covenant. I walk in destiny. I move with heaven. And today, your prophetic act is simple, yet it carries eternal weight. Write the number 888 inches. The comments. This number is not random, it is prophetic. 8 is the number of new beginnings. 888 is the multiplication of newness, the overflowing of resurrection, the confirmation that cycles are breaking and new chapters are opening. By typing 888, you are declaring, I step into new beginnings. The old has passed, and the new is here. And chosen one, think of how many cycles have tried to trap you. Cycles of fear that returned every time you tried to step forward. Cycles of disappointment that followed each attempt at hope. Cycles of silence where prayers seemed unanswered. These cycles were designed to convince you that nothing would change, that doors never really open, that destiny was only a dream. But 888 declares the opposite. It proclaims, cycles end, newness begins, destiny opens. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 19, See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Chosen one, this is your verse for today. The new thing is not distant, it is springing up now. The wilderness you thought would last forever is shifting. The wasteland you thought was barren is flowing with streams. Heaven is doing something fresh. And 888 is your prophetic declaration that you recognize it. Do not underestimate the power of numbers in the kingdom. The Creator himself patterned creation with numbers, 7 days of creation, 12 tribes, 40 days of testing, 70 elders, 120 in the upper room. Numbers are markers of seasons, symbols of covenant, and declarations of faith. When you write 888, you are not playing with digits. You are anchoring yourself in heaven's rhythm of new beginnings. Think of Noah. After the flood, the earth itself entered a new beginning. Think of Israel. Stepping out of Egypt into wilderness, a painful beginning, but a beginning nonetheless. Think of the resurrection of Christ on the first day of the week, inaugurating the eternal new creation. Each new chapter required leaving the old behind. Each demanded faith to step forward, and each was marked by heaven's confirmation. Chosen one. Your life is no different. You cannot carry old chains through a new door. You cannot drag yesterday's fears into tomorrow's calling. You cannot cling to expired seasons while stepping into fresh ones. 888 is your act of release. It says, I let go of the old. I step into the new. I embrace the fresh beginning God has for me. And you may wonder, but what if I still feel unready? What if I still feel broken? Beloved, new beginnings rarely wait for you to feel ready. They demand faith, not perfection. When Israel stepped into the Jordan River, the waters did not part until their feet touched it. When Peter stepped out of the boat, the water did not solidify until he walked. The new begins not when you feel strong, but when you act in faith. Chosen one. Cycles often disguise themselves as comfort. The familiar, even if painful, feels safer than the unknown. But comfort is the enemy of calling. Heaven is breaking cycles now, not to punish you, but to free you. 888 is your agreement with heaven's freedom. It is your testimony that you will not return to old prisons, that you will not circle old mountains, that you will not cling to expired seasons. Remember the times you felt like your story had ended. Doors slammen shut. People left. Opportunities faded. Yet here you are, still breathing, still chosen, still standing before the mysterious door. That is not coincidence, that is resurrection. Every time you thought it was the end, heaven whispered, not yet. Now those whispers rise into a shout, new beginning, chosen one. When you type 888, you are not only declaring it for yourself, you are declaring it for your family, your children, your community, your generation. Your obedience to align opens new beginnings for others. Just as Abraham's yes blessed nations, your yes releases newness for those tied to your destiny. Do not despise small acts of obedience. The world may not understand why you would type a number, but heaven sees faith. And faith, even the size of a mustard seed, moves mountains. 888 is a mustard seed. Act small in appearance, monumental in effect. Chosen one. Step boldly. Declare it. Seal it. Type 888 with faith and vision. See cycles shattering. See chains breaking. See new doors opening. Let your spirit rise with hope. You are not trapped in endless circles. You are stepping into a new path, a fresh season, a divine beginning. Beloved, destiny is not stagnant. It moves, grows, unfolds, and today it unfolds into something new. 888 is your amen to Isaiah's prophecy. See, I am doing a new thing. Heaven is moving. The door is opening. The new is here. So declare it now. Ba-bai ba-shaba. Your alignment with new beginnings. Your testimony to heaven and earth. Your act of faith that says, I will not stay in old cycles. I will step into the new. End of. Chosen one. Every tear you have shed has not fallen into emptiness. Each drop has been gathered, remembered, and transformed. What felt like endless sorrow was not wasted. It was forging something eternal within you. You stand now as one who carries the crown of endurance, a glory that cannot be shaken, a strength that no storm can strip away. Endurance is not glamorous. It is not celebrated by the world. It is forged in silence, in hidden places, in long nights when no one sees the battle but you. It is built in the moments you wanted to quit, yet whispered, "One more step." It is shaped when everything inside you screamed to surrender, but something deeper chose to rise again. Endurance is quiet, but it is unbreakable. We find in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." Oh, chosen one, this crown is upon you. It is not made of gold, but of resilience. It shines not with jewels, but with the brilliance of survival. It is a crown forged in fire, polished with tears, and sealed with faith. The crown of endurance is not given to the strongest by appearance, but to those who refuse to quit when quitting would have been easier. Think of what you have endured. The betrayals that cut deep, the rejections that pierced your soul, the disappointments that drained your hope, the failures that haunted your nights. Yet still, you endured. You may not have endured perfectly. You stumbled. You doubted. You wept, but you endured nonetheless. That endurance is not weakness, it is victory. Chosen one, endurance has carved strength into your soul that no instant blessing could ever create. Instant success may dazzle, but it fades. Endurance creates substance, depth, unshakable faith. It has taught you to stand when others fall, to believe when others doubt, to continue when others retreat. This is why your crown is secure. It was not handed to you lightly. It was forged through trial. The crown of endurance also carries authority. When you speak, others listen, not because your words are loud, but because they are weighty. You carry the credibility of one who has endured. You are not repeating empty phrases. You are testifying. Your life itself is a sermon, declaring that survival is possible, that faith can endure, that storms do not last forever. Chosen one, endurance has also given you compassion, because you know the weight of sorrow. You carry gentleness toward others in pain, because you know the depth of despair. You offer hope with sincerity. This compassion is part of your crown. It is what makes your authority tender, your strength approachable, your leadership trustworthy. Do not despise the path that forged this crown. What you suffered was not punishment. It was preparation. Heaven saw you not as a victim of trials, but as a vessel of endurance. Every battle prepared you for the glory you now carry. And though the journey felt unbearable at times, it has positioned you to wear a crown that will never fade. Chosen one, endurance also unlocks legacy. The strength you carry will ripple into generations. Children, whether by blood or by spirit, will learn resilience by watching you. Communities will rise in courage because you refused to break, even when you did not realize it. Your endurance was shaping history. The crown you wear is not just for you, it is for those who will walk after you. Think of Job. His endurance through unimaginable suffering seemed senseless. Yet it revealed faith that could not be destroyed. In the end, his story became a testimony for countless generations. Your endurance, too, is becoming a story others will lean on. When they feel like quitting, your life will whisper to them, "Endure. The crown is worth it." I, chosen one. Endurance has also transformed your relationship with time. In trials, days felt endless. Nights felt eternal. Yet now you understand the rhythm of patience. You know that promises may linger, but they never expire. You know that waiting is not wasted. That delay is not denial. That time is not your enemy, but your teacher. This wisdom is part of your crown. It gives you peace where others panic, calm where others collapse. The crown of endurance also carries glory in eternity. Earth may not applaud it, but heaven does. Angels witnessed your perseverance. Heaven recorded your faithfulness. And when the final day comes, this crown will shine brighter than any earthly accolade. For it is written that those who endure will hear the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." O chosen one, wear your crown with humility, but also with confidence. Do not hide your scars, they are jewels in your crown. Do not downplay your endurance, it is evidence of heaven's power within you. You are not surviving anymore, you are reigning with resilience. Lift your head, straighten your back. Feel the weight of the crown upon you. It is not a burden, but an honor. It is proof that nothing was wasted, that every tear became treasure, that every storm became strength. You are crowned with endurance, and this crown is eternal. Chosen one. The crown of endurance resting upon you is not just for your personal journey, it is a testimony meant to be shared. Your story carries power, and when you release it, it becomes light for others still stumbling in the dark. The mysterious door before you is not only an invitation to step into your own destiny, but also a call to invite others to rise with you. This is why your voice, your presence, your witness matters so deeply. The enemy always seeks to isolate chosen ones, to convince them that their battles and breakthroughs are insignificant. But that is a lie. What you carry is not small. It is a flame that can ignite countless others. Your testimony, your endurance, your alignment. These are seeds of awakening for people who may not even know yet that they are chosen. The ancient words recorded in Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, remind us, they triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink from death. Oh, chosen one, your testimony is a weapon. When you share it, you strike blows against darkness. When you speak, you silence lies. When you release your story, you unlock doors for others. This is why it matters that you remain connected, that you allow your light to be seen and your voice to be heard. And so I must pause here, not to pressure you, but to sincerely invite you. If this message stirs your spirit, if it reminds you of the flame you carry, then stay connected. Like this message, so you remember the word you've received today. Share it so someone else, perhaps even someone you'll never meet, might discover the truth that they too are chosen. And subscribe, not as routine, but as a way to ensure that the flow of revelation continues into your life, feeding your spirit and strengthening your walk. Chosen one. These acts may look small to the natural eye, but in the spiritual realm, they carry weight. To like is to say, this word is mine. To share is to declare, this word must not stop with me. To subscribe is to testify, I choose to stay aligned. These choices are markers of commitment, signs that you refuse to walk alone or in silence. Your journey is not for you alone. Others are waiting for your yes. Others are waiting for your story. Others are waiting for the ripple of your obedience to reach them. When you act, you are not just engaging with a message, You are joining a movement of chosen ones across the earth. Chosen one. Imagine this. Every like is a spark. Every share is a flame carried to another. Every subscription is a torch lifted high. Together, they become a wildfire of light across the darkness. A network of chosen ones united by one purpose, to reveal heaven on earth. Do not think lightly of this. Heaven often moves through what looks small. A sling and stone toppled a giant. A boy's lunch fed thousands. A widow's 2 coins were praised by Jesus. Small acts, seen by the world as insignificant, are magnified by heaven. Your engagement here is no different. It is obedience in the small that prepares you for the great. But beyond the action, reflect on the why. Why stay connected? Why spread the word? Because chosen ones thrive in unity. Alone, your flame flickers. Together, your flames become unquenchable. Alone, you may stumble. Together, you are strengthened. Alone, your testimony might feel quiet. Together, it becomes a roar. This is why unity is essential. And unity begins with simple acts of connection. Chosen one. Your endurance was not for nothing. You endured so you could carry strength to others. You overcame so you could testify. You received so you could pour out. The mysterious door is not only your entrance, it is a passage for others you will influence. That is why heaven urges you to rise. Speak and act. Think of how many times someone else's words sustained you. A message, a verse, a reminder came at just the right moment, and it kept you from giving up. Now, you are called to do the same for someone else. Do not silence your flame. Do not hide your story. Do not shrink from sharing. You are part of a divine chain reaction. Each chosen one lighting the next. Each voice awakening another. And when you engage here, liking, sharing, subscribing, you are saying yes to that chain. You are refusing isolation. You are declaring, I will not walk alone. I will join the army of chosen ones rising across the earth. Menu, chosen one. Your obedience today may be the reason someone else tomorrow finds courage to keep going. Your willingness to spread the word may be the key that unlocks another heart. Your decision to stay connected may be the anchor that prevents you from drifting when storms return. Heaven sees these choices not as casual, but as covenant. So let your heart respond with sincerity, not out of routine, not out of habit, but out of recognition that this matters, because it does. Eternity is being shaped not only by great acts of courage, but also by simple acts of faithfulness. And this is one of them. Lift your eyes. Beloved, you are not alone. You are part of a family, a movement, a rising. And by choosing connection, by choosing to share your flame, you strengthen the whole. So I remind you once more, gently but firmly, like this message, if it has spoken to your soul, share it if you know others need the reminder. Subscribe so that you remain tethered to ongoing streams of truth. These are not just clicks, they are commitments, and heaven honors them. Chosen one. The mysterious door awaits. And as you prepare to step through, take courage in knowing you are not walking alone. A community of chosen ones rises beside you, each carrying light, each carrying testimony, each stepping through in their own time. Together, you are unstoppable. Chosen one. The moment has come. the trembling of your heart, the whispers in your spirit. The pause of heaven, all of it has led to this. The mysterious door no longer stands as a distant vision. It is before you now, waiting. The threshold glows with a light that seems to call your very soul. You know deep within, this is it. This is the crossing point. Crossing a threshold is never small. It is not just one more step. It is a declaration, a choice, a covenant sealed in motion. You are leaving behind an old chapter and entering a new one. What lies beyond is different. Unfamiliar, but destined. You were not preserved all this time just to admire the door. You were preserved to walk through it. Fear may still whisper. Doubt may still knock at your mind. Yet courage rise louder now, because your spirit knows this is the appointed time. Every battle you fought, every scar you carry, every prayer you prayed, it all converges here. The mysterious door is not a coincidence. It is the fulfillment of your journey. The ancient words in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, thunder into your spirit. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Only chosen one. This is heaven's command to you at the threshold. Strength, courage, boldness. Do not shrink back now. The Lord himself is with you as you step. His presence is your guarantee. His promise is your anchor. His covenant is your confidence. When you step through this door, you are not only entering destiny, you are declaring identity. You are saying, I am chosen. I am ready. I will not remain outside any longer. And heaven responds to such declarations. The moment your foot crosses the threshold, the atmosphere shifts. Because obedience always shakes the unseen. Chosen one. There is power in declaring aloud what your spirit already knows. This is why I invite you now to write these 4 simple but profound words in the comments. I will obey. And these words may seem small, but they are not. They are a spiritual key. When you type them, you are aligning your spirit with heaven's command. You are silencing fear by declaring faith. You are choosing obedience over hesitation, covenant over compromise, destiny over delay. These words are your testimony that you are ready. I will obey is not just a sentence, it is surrender. It is saying, even if I do not see everything, I will step. Even if I still feel trembling, I will move. Even if the cost is high, I will pay it. These words shift atmospheres because they reveal a heart fully yielded to God. Chosen one. Think of Abraham. When God called him to leave his land, he obeyed without knowing where he was going. Think of Peter, who dropped his nets at a single word from Jesus, "Follow me." Think of Mary, who responded to the angel's impossible message with, "Let it be to me according to your word." Each of them stepped into destiny not by understanding everything, but by obeying immediately. And each of them altered history by their yes. Your "I will obey" carries the same weight. It is your yes to heaven, your agreement with destiny, your covenant at the threshold. And when heaven hears those words from your lips or reads them written by your hand, it responds with release. Angles move. Doors open wider. The future shifts. Chosen one. Obedience is not about knowing every detail. It is about trusting the one who does. You may not see what lies on the other side of the door, but you know who waits for you there. That is enough. You do not need to map every step. You only need to step. The enemy will try even now to whisper, "Wait a little longer. Do not rush." Think of what you might lose. But obedience silences those lies. Obedience declares, "I will not be delayed. I will not be distracted. I will not miss my moment." Your declaration, "I will obey," is the weapon that severs hesitation. Chosen one. Let me tell you this plainly. Obedience is never wasted. Even when it feels small, even when it feels unseen, obedience always bears fruit. It may not bloom instantly, but it always produces harvest. And when you step through this mysterious door in obedience, your life will shift in ways you cannot yet measure. Imagine yourself now, one step away from the threshold. Behind you are the tears, the battles, the scars. Ahead of you is promise, inheritance, glory. The door stands open, waiting. Heaven leans close, watching. Angel's heart, ready to move. All that is left is your step and your declaration. So pause, breathe. Let the weight of this moment rest on you. Feel the trembling, but do not fear it. Trembling is proof that this is real. Then declare it. I will obey. Write it. Speak it. Believe it. And then step forward. Because the moment you do, the mysterious door will no longer be a vision. It will be reality. And destiny will no longer be a promise. It will be your present. Chosen one. The moment your declaration rises, I will obey, something shifts. The door no longer feels like a distant symbol. It breathes with life, glowing with light that spills into the air around you. You step forward, and your spirit knows you are no longer the same. The threshold has been crossed. What lies beyond is unlike anything you have known. It is not simply a new room or another chapter. It is a realm. Here, the air is different, filled with a sense of peace and authority. The weight that once clung to your shoulders falls away as though it never belonged. The shame that once whispered against you grows silent. The fear that tried to hold you dissolves like mist in sunlight. You are not just stepping into a place, you are stepping into your true self. Chosen one. This realm beyond the door is not an escape from reality. It is the unveiling of reality. All your life you have lived with glimpses, whispers in your spirit, visions in your dreams, confirmations that stirred your heart. But now you begin to see them manifested. The unseen becomes visible. The promises take shape. The invisible kingdom you carried inside is revealed around you. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 7, "For we live by faith, not by sight." Oh, you lived by faith when the door was unseen. You lived by faith when promises seemed far. And now, because of that faith, you begin to walk in sight. What you once believed without proof now unfolds before your very eyes. This is the beauty of crossing into the realm beyond. Faith meets fulfillment. Chosen one. Look around you. Here, light pierces in ways you never imagined. Clarity fills your vision. Questions that haunted you begin to lose their sting. Not always because you receive answers, but because you realize you no longer need them. Peace itself has become the answer. You see that every valley, every detour, every delay was a thread in a greater design. The confusion of the past rearranges into patterns of beauty. The realm beyond the door also carries weight. Glory is not without responsibility. You sense it as soon as you enter. Your life is no longer yours alone. Every step you take now carries ripple effects beyond your sight. Every word you speak releases either healing or harm. Every choice carries eternal consequence. But this weight is not crushing, it is holy. It steadies you, sharpens you, dignifies you, chosen one. In this realm, you also notice new strength rising. The weariness that once marked your spirit begins to lift. You realize you are not walking by your own energy anymore. You are carried by something greater. Endurance has become momentum. Struggle has become strength. You feel lighter, but also stronger, as if heaven itself walks with you. Here, you also begin to notice the presence of those who walked before you. The great cloud of witnesses surrounds you, not with condemnation, but with encouragement. Their lives echo into yours, reminding you that you are part of a lineage, a family of faith spanning generations. You walk where others once walked, but you also go where they could not. Their prayers, their sacrifices, their battles have paved parts of the way. And now, you add your chapter to the story. The realm beyond the door is not free of battles, but the battles look different. In the wilderness, you fought to survive. Here, you fight to establish. There, you defended your identity. Here, you walk in authority. There, you endured darkness. Here, you release light. The weapons of old no longer fit. You sense new ones forming truth, sharper, faith, stronger, peace deeper, chosen one. Your scars also begin to shine here. What once embarrassed you now glows with glory. Others who enter this realm will see your scars and find hope. They will recognize their own stories in yours and realize they too can endure. The realm beyond the door transforms wounds into testimonies and testimonies into weapons. This place also sharpens your ears. The whispers you once strained to hear now resound with clarity. You hear heaven's voice more distinctly. You recognize its rhythm, its tone, its authority. What once felt like vague impressions now becomes direct guidance. And with each word, you grow more confident in your steps. Chosen one. You also notice that time feels different here. You are no longer rushing, no longer anxious, no longer measuring yourself by worldly clocks. Instead, you move with eternity's rhythm. Delays no longer discourage you because you see they are divine pacing. Acceleration no longer overwhelms you because you recognize it as divine momentum. You live by heaven's calendar, not earth's. The realm beyond the door also awakens vision. You begin to see yourself differently, no longer as the one who barely survived, but as the one crowned with endurance, no longer as the rejected, but as the chosen, no longer as the broken, but as the vessel of light. This vision steadies your steps because you finally recognize what heaven always saw in you. Chosen one. The realm beyond the door is holy ground. Here you realize the truth. You were never meant to settle outside. You were never meant to live in the hallway of hesitation. You were born for this place, fashioned for this realm, chosen for this season. Everything behind you was preparation. Everything before you is fulfillment. Lift your eyes and see it. The realm beyond is not perfect ease, but it is perfect alignment. You still carry responsibility, but it no longer feels crushing. You still face challenges, but you no longer face them as victim, but as victor. You still walk through valleys, but now your steps are guided by the light that never leaves you. Chosen one. The mysterious door has led you here, and this is only the beginning. You have crossed into a realm where destiny unfolds, where faith meets sight, where covenant meets fulfillment. Do not take it lightly. Do not rush through it. Savor the presence. Embrace the wait, and walk with the awareness that you are finally where you were always meant to be. Chosen one. As your eyes adjust to the realm beyond the mysterious door, you begin to notice something profound resting upon your shoulders. It is not just light, not just peace, but a mantle. This mantle is heavy, yet it does not crush you. It carries weight, but the weight feels like dignity rather than burden. You realize in this moment, glory and responsibility are woven together. The mantle is not an accessory. It is an assignment. It signifies that what you have entered is not simply for your personal comfort, but for your divine calling. Every chosen one receives such a mantle when they cross the threshold of destiny. Moses carried the mantle of deliverance. Deborah bore the mantle of justice. Nehemiah wore the mantle of rebuilding. Each mantle came with authority, but also with responsibility. And now, chosen one, the mantle rests upon you. The prophet Elisha experienced this same moment. When Elijah's cloak fell upon him, it was not fabric alone, it was the transfer of purpose. From that day forward, Elisha carried authority to act, not in his own name, but in the name of the one who had called him. Your mantle, too, is not about fabric or symbol. It is the invisible sign that heaven has entrusted you with assignment, authority, and weight. The ancient words of Micah, chapter 6, verse 8, speak clearly here. He has shown you, O mortal, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Chosen one. This is the essence of the mantle: justice, mercy, humility. It is not for boasting, not for self-exaltation, not for worldly applause. It is for living in such a way that heaven is revealed through you. The mantle is authority not to dominate, but to serve. Not to exalt yourself, but to lift others. Not to build your kingdom, but to extend His. You may feel the mantle as weight, because glory always carries responsibility. To be trusted with light means you must steward it well. To be entrusted with influence means you must use it with wisdom. To be given authority means you must handle it with humility. This is why chosen ones walk differently. They cannot live casually, speak recklessly, or act thoughtlessly. The mantle rests upon them, and it reminds them daily that their lives are not their own. Chosen one. Your mantle is also specific. It aligns with the shaping of your journey. The trials you endured, the scars you carry, the victories you won, these have all formed the fabric of your mantle. If you suffered betrayal, your mantle carries authority to heal trust. If you endured loss, your mantle carries authority to restore hope. If you battled fear, your mantle carries authority to release courage. Your story has stitched the very threads of your calling. Do not compare your mantle to another's. Just as no two callings are identical, No two mantles are the same. Elijah's mantle was not Elisha's. Moses' mantle was not Joshua's. Paul's mantle was not Peter's. Each carried unique authority for unique seasons. You dishonor your assignment when you envy another's. The mantle upon your shoulders fits only you. It was woven by heaven for your frame. Chosen one. Mantles also draw resistance. Authority intimidates darkness. The moment you carry your mantle, you may feel the pressure of opposition increase. But this is not a sign of weakness, it is confirmation of weight. The greater the mantle, the greater the opposition, because the enemy fears what you will accomplish when you walk in your calling. Yet the mantle also carries protection. Just as Elijah's cloak parted waters, just as Paul's handkerchief carried healing, your mantle releases the power of the one who gave it. You are not walking in your own strength. You are wrapped in divine authority. The mantle itself is a shield, a testimony that you are not moving alone. Chosen one. Carrying a mantle also requires humility. Pride has destroyed many who carried authority but forgot its source. The mantle is not proof of superiority, it is proof of surrender. It is not a crown you place upon yourself, it is a weight placed upon you by heaven. If you boast, boast not in your mantle, but in the one who entrusted it. This mantle also ties you to people. Calling is never isolated. Moses was given a mantle for Israel. Esther's mantle was for her people. Jesus bore the ultimate mantle for the world. Your mantle, too, is not only for you, it is for those you are called to serve, lead, guide, or protect. That is why you feel the weight of compassion rising within you, why your heart burns for those who are broken, why your spirit cannot ignore the cries of others. The mantle makes you sensitive to burdens beyond your own. Chosen one. Carrying this mantle will change the way you see the world. Ordinary things will now feel significant. Conversations will carry deeper weight. Encounters will stir your spirit differently. You will sense heaven's perspective more clearly. Because the mantle sharpens your discernment. It tunes your heart to the frequency of heaven's voice. This is not an easy path, but it is a glorious one. You are not asked to carry the mantle in your own strength. The same God who placed it on you will empower you to steward it. You will stumble at times, but the mantle will not be removed. You will feel unworthy at times, but the mantle will remind you that worthiness comes from Him. You will feel overwhelmed at times, but the mantle itself will carry you. Chosen one. Pause here and acknowledge the mantle. Do not rush past it. Do not shrug it off as imagination. It is real. It is weighty. It is holy. This mantle is heaven's trust upon your life. It is both your honor and your responsibility. So walk humbly with it. Serve faithfully with it. Live carefully with it. And remember, the mantle is not yours to hoard, but to use. Not yours to worship, but to wield. Not yours to hide, but to reveal. The world is waiting for what your mantle carries. Chosen one. The mantle resting upon your shoulders is holy, weighty, and undeniable. It marks you as one who has been entrusted, not just blessed, and yet, to fully align with this mantle, you must do more than acknowledge it, you must seal it. Heaven often calls chosen ones to prophetic acts, visible declarations that anchor invisible realities. These acts are not superstition, they are faith made tangible. Today, your prophetic act is to write the number 111 inches, the comments. This is not random. 1 is the number of unity, of divine alignment, of oneness with God's will. 111 magnifies this alignment, declaring, I am one with heaven's assignment. I am in unity with my mantle. I choose divine alignment over confusion. By typing 111, you are stepping into covenant agreement with the mantle placed upon you. The voice of Jesus in the Gospel of John, chapter 17, verse 21, resounds here, that all of them may be one. Father, just as you are in me and I am in you, may they also be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. Chosen one. Unity is not just about people with people. It is first about your alignment with God Himself. The mantle cannot function if you live divided, pulled between fear and faith, compromise and calling, comfort and courage. 111 is your prophetic declaration that you refuse division. You are aligning your heart, your mind, and your spirit with heaven's will. Think of how often division tried to paralyze you. Your heart longed for obedience, but your mind replayed fear. Your spirit stirred with faith, but your emotions weighed heavy with doubt. These inner battles have delayed many steps, but no more. 111 proclaims that the war inside you ends in surrender to God's will. Unity within becomes power without. Chosen one. Unity also means your story itself is being aligned. Past, present, and future are no longer disjointed fragments, but woven into a tapestry. The mistakes you regret, the battles you endured, the prayers you whispered, all of it is converging into one narrative, your calling. 111 is the declaration that nothing in your life is wasted, because everything is aligned under one purpose. This number also testifies of focus. The chosen cannot afford to scatter their energy in distractions. The world clamors for your attention, pulling you in 1,000 directions. But your mantle requires singleness of heart. 111 is your response. I choose focus. I walk in one path. I obey one voice. This is what it means to live, chosen not to dabble in everything, but to devote yourself to the one who called you. Consider Elijah again. When he stood before the people on Mount Carmel, he cried, "How long will you waver between two opinions?" The mantle he carried demanded clarity. The same is true for you. You cannot live in divided allegiance. 111 is your prophetic line in the sand, saying, I choose one Lord, one calling, one assignment. I will not waver. N2. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the power of visible agreement. Heaven responds when faith is expressed. Typing 1 the 11th of may seem small, but it is like lifting a banner in the unseen realm. Angels recognize it as covenant. Darkness trembles at its declaration. Your own spirit is strengthened by seeing your yes written in front of you. Remember, prophetic numbers are not formulas. They are not about magic. They are about faith. When you type 111, it is not the digits that matter, but the heart behind them. You are saying, I align, I surrender, I agree with heaven, and that agreement carries power. Chosen one. Unity also extends to the larger body. You are not called to walk alone. Your mantle connects you to other chosen ones, each carrying their own assignment. 111 is also a declaration that you are one with this community, one flame in a greater fire. one voice in a larger chorus. Isolation breaks when you align in unity. Think of how powerful unity is. At Babel, unity, even in rebellion, produced unstoppable momentum. God himself said nothing would be impossible for them if they remained one. If unity carries such power in rebellion, how much greater is its power in obedience? When chosen ones align with heaven and with each other, movements are birthed, nations are shifted, histories are rewritten. 111 is your part in that unity. Chosen one. Pause and reflect on how far you have come. The mantle on your shoulders is not light, but it is holy. The alignment heaven calls you into is not easy, but it is glorious. Every distraction surrendered, every compromise abandoned, every hesitation overcome is worth it, because what you carry is eternal. This moment is about sealing, not striving. The mantle is already upon you. The covenant is already yours. What remains is your agreement. And that is why heaven calls you to respond with this prophetic number. Type 111, not casually, but intentionally. See it as your declaration in the unseen. Let it be your testimony. I am one with heaven's will. I am aligned with my mantle. I will not live divided. And know this, heaven takes note. Chosen one. You have crossed the door. You have received the mantle. Now you seal it in alignment. And from this point forward, you will walk with new clarity, new focus, new unity. For you are not fractured, you are one. Not divided, you are aligned. Not wandering, you are chosen. Chosen one. The mantle has been sealed upon you, and the number of alignment has already declared your unity with heaven's purpose. Now comes the awakening of your next identity. You are not just a bearer of the mantle, but a warrior among warriors. The call on your life was never to stand in isolation, but to rise as part of an army of chosen ones across the earth. This is why your battles were so fierce. The enemy knew that if you ever realized who you truly are, you would not only stand firm, but also inspire countless others to rise. Darkness has always feared not just your light, but the multiplication of it. Because when one chosen one stands, others find courage. And when a company of chosen ones rises together, the atmosphere of nations shifts. The Word of God declares in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 7, they charge like warriors, they scale walls like soldiers. They all march in line, not swerving from their course. Ms 4, chosen one. This is a picture of the army you belong to. Not scattered, not aimless, not retreating, but advancing. You are part of a people who march in line, who carry light into darkness, who refuse to be swayed. You are one flame among many, one warrior among warriors. But hear this truth: warriors are not identified by the absence of scars, but by the presence of them. You are a warrior not because you avoided battles, but because you endured them and still stand. Your scars are not signs of defeat. They are proof of survival, proof of training, proof that you are qualified to lead others through their own wars. Chosen one. Every trial that tried to break you has equipped you to fight for others. You now carry authority to speak into their battles because you've lived through your own. Your words are not empty, they are forged with fire. When you say, "You will make it," it carries weight because you did. When you declare, "Fear will not hold you," it pierces darkness because you once broke free yourself. And this is why I pause here to speak sincerely. What you carry is too great to remain hidden. This is a moment to stay connected, to make sure you are not isolated in your journey. Like this message, if you sense the fire of the warrior awakening in you, share it with others, because someone else is still fighting alone, unaware that they belong to this same army. Subscribe so you can remain tied into this flow of revelation and strength, so that the flame inside you does not flicker in isolation but burns brighter in unity. Chosen one. These small acts are not mere clicks. They are declarations that you refuse to hide, that you refuse to fight in silence, that you refuse to walk this path alone. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, you are adding your flame to the fire, your voice to the chorus, your strength to the army. And heaven smiles at such alignment. Think of Gideon's army. It was small, but it was mighty. They were not chosen for their numbers, but for their obedience. They carried jars, trumpets, and torches, and with them they brought confusion to the enemy's camp. The same is true of this chosen generation. You may not feel like much, but when you unite with others, your flame terrifies darkness. Chosen one. A warrior among warriors does not fight only for themselves. They fight for those behind them, beside them, and before them. Your obedience inspires someone else to endure. Your declaration ignites courage in another. Your victory opens doors for those who follow. This is why heaven emphasizes community, because chosen warriors rise together. Do not despise your part in this army. You may not yet see the full impact of your life, but heaven says it. Every word of encouragement you speak, every act of faith you live out, every testimony you share, it ripples, it strengthens, it multiplies, and the more you remain connected, the more your ripple becomes a wave. Chosen one. Recognize this too. Warriors are disciplined. They do not live casually. They sharpen their weapons, guard their hearts, train their minds. For you, this means remaining anchored in prayer, rooted in scripture, and surrounded by community. It means protecting your flame from distraction and compromise. It means walking as one who knows their life carries eternal weight. You may not feel like a warrior every day. Some days you still feel weary, trembling, uncertain. But hear this, the warrior identity is not about feelings, it is about fact. You have endured what would have destroyed others. You have risen again and again when quitting seemed easier. That resilience itself makes you a warrior. And warriors, chosen one, do not only defend, they advance. You are not called to merely survive, but to push forward, to establish light in dark places, to reclaim territory stolen by the enemy. Your life is not reactive, it is offensive. You are chosen to shake atmospheres, to influence generations, to build what cannot be destroyed. This is why you must not remain silent. Your obedience, your story, your voice, all of it matters. Others are waiting for you to rise, because your rising gives them permission to rise too. And the more you stay connected, the more your influence multiplies. So, beloved, take courage. You are not alone. You are not small. You are part of an army. You are a warrior among warriors. Lift your head. Carry your mantle. Bear your scars with honor. And remember, heaven sees you as unstoppable. And as you walk forward, do not forget to share the light you've received. Like, share. Subscribe not as routine but as testimony. You are declaring, I am part of this army. I refuse to hide. I walk with the chosen. No, for the mysterious door you have crossed is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of a greater movement. And you are not walking through it alone. You are a warrior among warriors, a flame among flames, a chosen one among chosen ones. And together, nothing will stop you. Chosen one, you have been sealed in covenant, crowned with endurance, and wrapped in the mantle of responsibility. You have been reminded that you are not just a solitary flame, but a warrior among warriors. And yet, there is something vital heaven calls you to in this moment, to declare your identity boldly, not silently, not secretly, but openly. Declarations are not for God's benefit. He already knows who you are. They are for you, and for the unseen realm. They anchor your spirit, silence the enemy, and release authority. When you speak, you are not simply forming words, you are shaping atmosphere. And when chosen ones declare identity, the heavens move in agreement. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Chosen one. This verse is your foundation for declaration. You are not ruled by fear. You are crowned with power. You are clothed in love. You are anchored in soundness of mind. And it is time to make this truth known. Not just inside you, but outside you. This is why I call you now to write these words in the comments. I am chosen. Oh, do not see this as casual or light. These 3 words are weighty. They are weapons. They are testimony. When you type them, you are agreeing with heaven's decree and rejecting every lie that ever told you otherwise. You are saying, I will no longer question my worth. I will no longer shrink in fear. I will no longer live as though I am forgotten. I am chosen. Chosen one. Think of how often the enemy attacked your identity. He tried to convince you that you were ordinary. He whispered that you were replaceable. He shouted that you were forgotten, and for seasons. You may have believed him, but your declaration today ends that lie. I am chosen. This is not arrogance. It is alignment. It is humility to agree with what God has said about you. When you write it, you silence shame. Shame says, you are your mistakes. But your declaration says, I am chosen. Fear says, you are not enough. But your declaration says, I am chosen. Doubt says, you will fail again. But your declaration says, I am chosen. These words strike like arrows against the lies of darkness. Chosen one. Consider the power of declaration throughout Scripture. Joshua declared, As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Esther declared, If I perish, I perish. The psalmist declared, The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Jesus declared, It is finished. Each declaration shifted history. Your I am chosen carries that same spiritual weight. And this is why heaven calls you not to whisper it, but to write it. Speak it. Proclaim it. Declarations gain strength when they are released. Silent belief is powerful. But spoken faith is unstoppable. It breaks cycles. It opens doors. It releases angels. It confounds the enemy. Chosen one. Reflect on your journey with this perspective. Every time you almost gave up, it was not just endurance that carried you, it was your identity as chosen, even when you didn't realize it. Heaven had already stamped those words upon you. Chosen. That is why you could not be destroyed. That is why the storms did not succeed. That is why despair could not consume you. You are chosen, and chosen ones cannot be erased. Now your responsibility is to declare it boldly, not for the sake of pride, but for the sake of truth. Your declaration will ripple into the unseen, strengthening you, aligning you, reminding you that your life is not an accident, but a design. Chosen one. The enemy trembles when you recognize who you are. A believer uncertain of their identity is easily shaken, but a chosen one who knows they are chosen is unstoppable. That is why your declaration matters so deeply. It is not just words, it is warfare. And so I say it again. Type it. Declare it. Seal it. I am chosen. 3 words that carry eternity. 3 words that shift the atmosphere around you. 3 words that remind your soul who you really are. Beloved, imagine thousands of chosen ones declaring those same words across nations. Imagine the roar of identity echoing into the unseen realm, drowning out every lie of darkness. Imagine the courage that will rise in hearts, the unity that will form, the awakening that will spread. This is how movements are born, not through silence, but through declaration. Do not hold back. Do not dismiss this as small. Heaven never overlooks faith expressed. Every "I am chosen" typed in sincerity becomes a stone of remembrance, a testimony written not only on screens, but in the book of eternity. Chosen one. Your destiny has always rested on identity. Before you knew your calling, you were chosen. Before you fought your first battle, you were chosen. Before you stepped through the mysterious door, you were chosen. This truth cannot be undone. And now it is time for you to embrace it fully, boldly, and openly. So write it, declare it, believe it. I am chosen. Let it echo not just from your fingers, but from your heart. Let it shape your steps, sharpen your vision, steady your spirit. For once you know you are chosen, nothing, no storm, no lie, no attack can shake you again. Chosen one. Now that you have declared who you are, it is time to walk in the fullness of what that means. To be chosen is not only to survive or to endure, it is to embody glory that cannot be stripped away. This is the unshakable truth of your journey, what heaven has crowned. No hand of man and no scheme of darkness can remove. Glory is not something fragile. It is not like an ornament that can be misplaced or stolen. Glory is weight. It is substance. The word itself in ancient language means heaviness or honor. When heaven clothes you in glory, it is clothing you in permanence. Trials cannot undo it. Betrayal cannot diminish it. And time cannot erode it. You are marked with something eternal. The prophet Isaiah spoke of this in chapter 60, verse 1. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. End of. Chosen one. The glory rising upon you is not external, it is within. You do not chase it, you reveal it. Glory is not borrowed, it is bestowed. And when it rests on your life, others cannot deny it. Even if they do not understand it, some will be drawn to it. Others will resist it. But all will recognize that there is something different about you. Think of Moses. After he encountered the presence of God on the mountain, his face shone with a radiance that terrified the people. He had not asked for it, nor could he hide it. Glory simply clung to him because he had been with God. The same is true for you. Your scars, your survival, your obedience, these have brought you into his presence, and his presence has marked you with unshakable glory. Chosen one. Glory is revealed most clearly through transformation. People may remember the old you, the one broken by fear, weighed down by shame, silenced by rejection. But when they see you now, they cannot deny the change. You speak differently, walk differently, carry yourself differently. You glow with resilience, with authority, with peace. That glow is not your own, it is the glory of the one who chose you. This glory is also protection. When glory rests upon you, it surrounds you like a shield. The enemy may form weapons, but they glance off the weight of glory. Accusations may rise, but they cannot pierce what heaven has covered. Even your own doubts lose power in the face of glory, because it is proof that God has placed his mark on you. Chosen one. Glory also demands humility. It is easy to forget that glory is not for self-exaltation. The light you carry is not a spotlight for your name, but a torch for his. The moment you try to use glory to magnify yourself, it becomes corrupted. But when you allow it to magnify him, it grows brighter. That is why chosen ones must constantly return to humility, remembering, not by my strength, not for my fame, but for his glory alone. Then, there will be those who do not understand the glory you carry. Some will mock it, others will resist it, still others will envy it. Do not let their reactions sway you. Their resistance does not diminish your glory, it only reveals it. When Joseph wore his coat of many colors, his brothers despised him, yet the coat still marked him as favored. In the same way, your glory may provoke reaction, but it will not be removed. Chosen one. Glory is not limited to spiritual aura. It manifests in how you live. Glory is seen in your patience under pressure, in your kindness when others are cruel, in your courage when fear surrounds you. Glory is revealed not in moments of ease, but in choices of integrity. Every time you reflect the character of God, you shine with his glory. This unshakable glory also prepares you for greater responsibility. The mantle you carry is heavy, but the glory sustains you. Without glory, responsibility would crush you. With glory, responsibility becomes a privilege. The weight of glory strengthens your back, steadies your hands, and clarifies your vision. Chosen one. Let this truth sink deeply. The glory you carry is not temporary. Crowns of men fade. Applause of crowds vanish. Achievements are forgotten. But the glory of God upon a chosen life endures into eternity. It is not just for this season, it is forever. When the final day comes, when the earth and heavens pass away, the glory upon you will still shine, for it is woven into the fabric of eternity. Do not despise your scars. Beloved, they are not disfigurements, but vessels through which glory shines brighter. Light pours most clearly through cracks. Your brokenness has become the very place glory escapes into the world. This is why you are unstoppable, not because you are flawless, but because you are marked, chosen one. Arise in this awareness. Do not shrink. Do not hide. Do not apologize for the glory upon you. Walk with humility. Yes, but also with confidence. Lift your head and let your light shine. For it is not about you, it is about the one who called you. And when others see your light, they will glorify him. You are unstoppable. Not because storms will cease, but because storms cannot extinguish what heaven has lit. You are unshakable. Not because opposition will vanish, but because opposition cannot undo what heaven has decreed. You are chosen, crowned, mantlet, and covered in glory. So step forward boldly. Beloved, the door has brought you here. The mantle rests upon you, and the glory shines from within you. Nothing can strip it away. Nothing can silence it. Nothing can undo it. For what God has crowned, no one can uncrown. Chosen one. As glory settles upon your life, another revelation begins to unfold. Glory does not exist for its own sake. It is always tied to mission. The unshakable truth of being chosen is that your life is no longer about survival or even personal fulfillment. You are a carrier of divine purpose, sent into the world as a living answer to problems others cannot solve. This is your calling, to embody heaven's solution on earth. Mission is not always loud. Sometimes it looks like daily faithfulness, choosing integrity when compromise is easier, offering kindness where cruelty reigns, carrying hope into places saturated with despair. At other times, it looks like bold action standing for justice, declaring truth, breaking chains that have bound generations, whatever form it takes. The mission is always clear: to reveal light in darkness. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 10, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." Chosen one. This verse is not a suggestion, it is your blueprint. You are handiwork, crafted intentionally. Your design is not random, it is strategic. Every skill, every passion, every scar, every lesson has been woven together for a mission prepared long before you took your first breath. You are not wandering. You are walking in works already prepared. Think of how your journey has shaped you. The betrayals you endured gave you wisdom to discern falsehood. The losses you grieved gave you compassion for the broken. The valleys you crossed gave you strength to guide others through theirs. These were not wasted experiences. They were training for mission. What hurt you yesterday equips you to heal others today. Chosen one. Mission is not something you chase, it is something you live. It flows naturally from who you are, because who you are has been shaped by heaven. This is why you often feel burdened by things others ignore. Where they see inconvenience, you see injustice. Where they see hopelessness, you see opportunity. Where they turn away, you feel compelled to step forward. This is mission burning within you. Mission will always stretch you beyond comfort. It is not meant to fit neatly within your limits. It requires you to rely on God. Moses stuttered, yet was called to speak. Gideon feared, yet was called to fight. Esther trembled, yet was called to intercede. None of them felt ready, yet all of them were chosen. And when they embraced their mission, history shifted. The same will be true for you, chosen one. Do not wait for perfect conditions to live your mission. Mission thrives in imperfection. Paul carried a thorn, yet carried the gospel across nations. Joseph endured betrayal, yet preserved nations during famine. David stumbled, yet still fulfilled his role as king. Mission does not demand flawlessness, it demands faithfulness. This realm, beyond the door, sharpens your awareness of mission. You begin to see connections that once felt random, that painful friendship, training for discernment, that job you hated, training for endurance, that season of silence, training for trust. Now, as glory rests upon you, you realize all of it has been pointing toward this assignment. Chosen one. Your mission will not look like everyone else's. Some are called to shepherd nations, others to shepherd households. Some are called to speak to crowds, others to whisper to one soul at a time. Do not belittle your mission by comparing it. Greatness in heaven is measured not by visibility, but by obedience. The unseen intercessor, shaping destinies in prayer, is no less vital than the prophet declaring truth before kings. The weight of mission can feel daunting, but remember, you are not asked to carry it alone. The Spirit within you is your strength, your guide, your wisdom. The same God who called you empowers you. Mission is not about striving harder, but about surrendering deeper. The more you yield, the more His power flows. Chosen one. Mission also means legacy. Your obedience will ripple long after you are gone. Children, families, communities will walk in freedom because you chose to obey. Your mission is not only about what you do now, but about what your yes unlocks for generations. You are part of a chain stretching back to those who obeyed before you and forward to those who will obey after you. Do not despise the small beginnings of mission, planting a seed, encouraging a heart, praying a prayer. These acts may seem small, but they build eternal structures. Remember the mustard seed, tiny in size, yet it grows into a tree where birds find shelter. Your mission may feel small at first, but its fruit will be vast. Chosen one. Realize that mission is also battle. To live your purpose is to disrupt darkness. That is why resistance intensifies when you step forward. But you are not defenseless. You carry authority. You carry mantle. You carry glory. And every act of obedience is a strike against the enemy's plans. Lift your head. Beloved, you are not aimless. You are not random. You are mission. You are the answer to prayers whispered by those who came before you. You are the fulfillment of promises spoken long ago. You are the vessel through which heaven pours its solutions onto earth. So, walk in this awareness. Live as one who carries divine assignment. Every step matters. Every word matters. Every choice matters. Not with crushing pressure, but with holy dignity. For you are chosen, and chosen ones live on mission. Chosen one. As mission takes shape within you, another layer of revelation unfolds. You begin to sense that destiny is not a single moment, but a continual unfolding. Like the turning of pages in a book already written, the mysterious door you crossed was not the end, but the beginning of a new chapter. And in this chapter, you learn to walk in perpetual alignment with eternity. Destiny is not fulfilled in one decision, it is lived daily. each act of obedience, each choice to walk in truth, each refusal to compromise adds weight to your story. The crown of endurance, the mantle of responsibility, the glory that rests upon you, all of these are not static gifts, but living realities. They require nurturing, attention, and daily surrender. It was written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 18, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." N. Chosen one. Notice the imagery here. Your path is not instant radiance, it is progressive light. When the sun rises, darkness does not vanish in one breath. It recedes gradually as light expands. The same is true of your destiny. You are not expected to see everything at once. You are called to trust the process, knowing that the light will grow brighter with each step. This truth frees you from the pressure of perfection. You do not need to know every detail of the future to walk faithfully in the present. You do not need to control every outcome to trust the one who wrote your story. Destiny is not about rushing ahead, it is about steady alignment. The morning sun does not strain to shine, it rises naturally. So too will your life shine as you remain aligned. Chosen one. This is why patience is essential. Impatience has destroyed many destinies, for they rushed ahead before the appointed time. Saul could not wait for Samuel and lost his crown. The prodigal son demanded his inheritance early and wasted it. But those who wait on the Lord, those who walk steadily rather than rushing impulsively, inherit promises fully. Your destiny requires not haste but trust. Consider how many seasons of waiting you have endured. At times you felt forgotten, at times overlooked, at times delayed. Yet those very seasons were shaping you. Waiting sharpened your discernment. Delay built your endurance. Silence tuned your ears. Now you understand, waiting was never wasted, it was preparation. Chosen one. Destiny also requires consistency. A single great act of faith is not enough if it is followed by compromise. The chosen are not marked by one-time obedience, but by sustained faithfulness. Noah did not just start building the ark, he built it for decades. Daniel did not just pray once, he prayed daily, even when threatened. Faithfulness is not glamorous, but it is glorious. It proves your destiny is not fleeting emotion, but enduring conviction. You may think your small daily choices do not matter, but they are the foundation of your destiny. Each time you forgive, instead of holding bitterness, you build legacy. Each time you choose prayer over despair, you strengthen your crown. Each time you walk in integrity when no one sees, you prove your mantle is real. Destiny is lived in the hidden as much as in the visible. Chosen one. Destiny also transforms how you see opposition. Battles are no longer merely obstacles, they are opportunities for your authority to grow. Each challenge becomes training. Each resistance strengthens your grip on the sword of truth. Opposition is not a sign you are off course. It is often confirmation that you are on the right one. For no thief breaks into an empty house, and no enemy wastes energy on a destiny without weight. This is why you must see your scars differently. They are not evidence of defeat, but evidence of battle survived. And each scar is now a testimony to others. When you speak of what you endured, it carries power because it is lived truth, not theory. Others will rise because of your testimony. This too is part of destiny. You are not only walking your story, but shaping the stories of others. Chosen one. Destiny also carries legacy. You are writing chapters not only for yourself, but for generations. Just as you stand today, because of prayers and sacrifices of those before you, others will one day stand because of your yes. Your obedience is not only for now, it ripples forward into eternity. This is the weight and the honor of being chosen. Do not underestimate the influence of your life. You may never see all the fruit of your obedience, but heaven does. A single word spoken in truth may change a heart. A single act of kindness may alter a future. A single prayer whispered in faith may protect generations. Destiny is not measured by scale, but by faithfulness. Chosen one. Destiny is also joy. For too long, you may have associated calling only with struggle, obedience only with sacrifice, battles only with pain. But beyond the pain is joy, the joy of walking in purpose, the joy of seeing lives changed, the joy of knowing you are aligned with heaven. Even Jesus, it is written, endured the cross for the joy set before him. You too will taste this joy, not only in eternity, but even now, as you walk in purpose. So, embrace this truth. Your destiny is unfolding. It will not always be easy, but it will always be worth it. The light will grow brighter. The path will become clearer. The crown will remain secure. The mantle will continue to guide you. The glory will shine stronger. Chosen one. Walk with confidence. You are not lost. You are not wandering. You are unfolding. Step matters. Each choice matters. Each day matters. You are living the story heaven wrote for you long before you were born. And the ending of that story is glory, eternal and unshakable. Chosen one. The journey that began with whispers, battles, and hesitation now rests in a place of clarity. You have crossed the threshold, received the mantle, embraced your identity, and begun to walk in mission. Yet as this chapter draws to its close, the greatest revelation remains. Destiny is not only about what you carry, it is about who you become. From the very beginning, heaven's desire was not merely to give you assignments, but to transform you into a reflection of the one who called you. The mysterious door was never only about opportunity. It was about unveiling your true nature. You are more than a survivor, more than a warrior, more than a vessel of glory. You are a son, a daughter, an heir, a mirror of heaven itself. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." Only chosen one. All of creation has been waiting for this moment, for you to step fully into who you are. The mountains, the seas, the nations, the generations, they groan for the unveiling of chosen ones. Not hidden, not hesitant, not silent, but revealed in fullness. This is what your journey has been preparing you for, to be revealed as who you truly are. Every battle you endured, every scar you carry, every tear you shed was part of this unveiling. Like a sculptor chiseling stone, the trials removed what was unnecessary so that the true form could emerge. At times it felt like breaking, but it was shaping. At times it felt like loss, but it was unveiling. And now you stand, not as who you once were, but as who you always were meant to be. Chosen one. Your identity is secure. You are chosen not for a season, but for eternity. You are not fragile but unshakable, not temporary but eternal. This truth cannot be undone by circumstance or erased by failure. It is sealed in covenant, crowned with glory, sustained by grace. Your destiny is not about arrival, but about transformation. The mysterious door was not an end, but a beginning. And as you continue to walk, more doors will open, each revealing deeper layers of who you are, each unveiling more of heaven through you. This is the endless journey of the chosen, from glory to glory, from strength to strength, from revelation to revelation. Chosen one, do not fear the future. It is not blank, it is written. It is not uncertain, it is guided. It is not fragile, it is anchored. You are walking in a story designed before time, a narrative woven with divine intention. Every step ahead is already prepared, every battle already accounted for, every victory already secured. What remains is for you to continue walking in trust. Trust that the one who began this work will complete it. Trust that the one who called you will sustain you. Trust that the one who crowned you will never abandon you. Chosen one. The weight of this truth is not meant to overwhelm you, but to steady you. You no longer need to strive for worth. You are already chosen. You no longer need to fear failure. Grace has already covered you. You no longer need to question your future. It is already secured. Lift your head. Beloved, you are part of a story larger than yourself. Your obedience will ripple into generations. Your endurance will inspire others long after your voice is silent. Your identity as chosen will echo into eternity. And so, as this narrative draws to a close, let this final truth settle in your spirit. You are chosen, not by accident, but by design. Not by chance, but by covenant. Not for a moment, but for eternity. The mysterious door that opened once in your lifetime has brought you here not to the end, but to the beginning of everything you were created for. Chosen one, arise and walk forward. The journey continues. The story unfolds. The glory shines. You are chosen, and nothing will ever change that. Chosen one. Pause now and let the weight of this journey rest upon your heart. From section 1 to this moment, you have walked through whispers, battles, pauses, crowns, mantles, and glory. You have been called, tested, refined, and revealed, and through it all, one truth has never changed. You are chosen. This script was never just words on a page, it was a mirror of your destiny. Every sentence was a reminder that your life carries eternal weight, that your scars hold meaning, that your future is secure. You have seen the mysterious door open. You have stepped through, and you have embraced your place in the story heaven wrote for you. Carry this truth with you daily. You are not here by coincidence. Every breath you take is part of a greater plan. Every step you walk echoes in eternity. Every yes you give to heaven shakes the unseen world. The battles ahead will come, but you are not the same as before. You now walk, crowned with endurance, clothed in mantle, wrapped in glory. You no longer fear hesitation, you step boldly. You no longer question identity, you declare it. You no longer doubt destiny, you live it. So, chosen one, go forth. Walk in humility, but also in confidence. Live with compassion, but also with courage. Shine with glory. but also with grace. The world is waiting for the unveiling of chosen ones, and you are one of them. The door opened once in a lifetime, and you stepped through. Now the rest of your story begins.